Oh, she needs to plug in first too, doesn't she? Okay. See where we probably messed up. Okay, person speaking is not sharing any video. All right, so the stream is working.
My chat started.
I can't tell if you're streaming or not. It won't show me that.
Well, I don't think it starts until 9. It's Teams like Zoom, where it won't start until 9.
This guy is just fine. Okay. The weird thing is that, so can I'm gonna minimize this guy. If I go in this to slide mode, it's gonna take over your whole screen. Like that.
Okay, and then I won't be able to.
Display settings.
I'm gonna have to have the.
Toggle camera. See all slides. Laser pointer. Hide presenter view. No, that didn't work either.
Because I'm gonna have to see to be able to.
There, is that it?
See, but I can't see my slides to know which one to go to.
Huh?
How are you forwarding through?
Huh?
How are you forwarding?
I'm just pressing the arrow keys.
Okay. That's just what I'll do.
So you see my mouse here? If I move the mouse over to that screen and I click, it's going to go forward. You can also do these buttons down here. But to go back, you just press that way. To go forward, you press that way. Unless you don't need to see the chat, then you can go back into that full presentation view.
Okay, I do kind of. Alicia's going to monitor the chat, but yeah, if she has to go to the restroom or something, I still need to see it.
Okay, so this is how you want to run it?
Yeah.
Okay.
This should do it.
Just remember that if you have to have it focused. So if you click over here and then you click this, it's not going to do anything. So to go back, all you have to do is, and when I do click it, watch, it's going to probably, okay, it doesn't do it. Perfect. So yeah, so when you do need to go back, you're just going to come over here and click it, and now you can go back and forward.
Okay. But I can, yeah, down
Yeah,
here. So I
so
just don't want to touch it.
Just make sure you click when you're here, and then to go back over here, you click again, and then you start moving.
Okay, but if I just leave my mouse up here.
Yeah, as long as, if, I mean, like if you click anything over here, you have to make sure you click back.
That I click back.
Yeah, so if you don't click over here, then you could just keep it over there and
Okay.
it'll be fine.
All right, that sounds good.
Okay, so you want this focused?
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Alrighty.
Thank you very much. You have no idea.
Where are you going?
We are streaming.
Where you at?
It should be streaming now.
Next to you.
I think we're just streaming the screen. I don't, oh, I don't. Kristen,
That's a nice cat.
do we have a camera to stream as people or are we only streaming the streaming?
I don't
I don't know either. Let me go ask Bert how important that is.
There's no camera in here.
Yeah, I don't see a camera set up at all. I don't even know if
We
I
have that owl camera and I didn't think to,
That's it. I also don't know if they have mics set up.
usually they have that owl camera in those and I don't see that. Do we need to, I mean, I've got that on streaming, but do we need to stream the people as well? How important is that?
Where the out camera is.
I don't know. Let me go ask Eddie.
I apologize. The room 504 is such a disarray. It's very with those guys.
Alicia.
We've asked them like 3 times now to give us a guide to how to get that thing going. We still haven't set like heard a beat. And it's like, dude, why are y'all gonna redo that whole room knowing that we use it often and then not tell us how to do it again? So the microphone on your computer will work as long as people are speaking. But if they're in across the room, it's probably not going to be probably.
Evidently, there is no camera or microphone available for this room. And when I booked the room, I told them what I needed. And when I came, I didn't think, I was so worried about setting everything else up, I didn't think about. Anyway, we don't have any way to stream the people. I can only stream the PowerPoint.
Okay, but is there a computer, a designated computer that can pick up?
Well, everyone, we're gonna have to ask everyone to speak especially loud. He said that they should be able to hear through my computer.
I don't know about if people are staying in their chairs in that far corner, it'd probably be hard to hear, but if there are people in this area should be able to speak loud enough. People will hear it, not very loud, but it'll be on.
And I could turn my computer sideways. I'm so sorry. I don't.
Good idea.
We'll do that.
Just make sure your volume's up.
What did he say? Make sure.
Make sure your volume's up.
Okay.
Actually, that's a good idea. Let me test something real fast.
Yeah.
You guys hear that over there, or is that over here? I'm trying to test the volume, and I can't tell if it's coming from here. I think that is which we'll call it wide. Is anybody else in the meeting currently?
I think Roxanne. is.
Roxanne, can you just tell me if Joyce is streaming that screen?
Oh, I thought. I'm sorry. Heaven forbid. Some of these people I don't
I
recognize.
love the screen.
You do? Perfect.
Okay,
Clearly.
clearly. Oh, yeah, I can hear from you.
Perfect. It's all right. So we do have some sound.
I just muted my computer. I didn't hear the background, but I can unmute it so you can hear it.
There.
I think I heard, was that
It
you? I
was an
received?
echo, yeah.
But never mind.
Yeah.
Um,
Alicia's gonna do that.
there's the microphone on the screen.
There's the microphone.
Do you want me to go get their IT?
The red light.
Huh?
It's a little light box.
That's a motion sensor for the lights. But they have,
We have to have the podium close to that computer, so.
I know we're meeting.
Yeah.
they do, that panel has a microphone option, which it's probably somewhere built in. It's just, if we can get that probably working, then we'll be fine. It has it on the panel, so I'm gonna go ahead.
Joyce goes.
Yeah, Joyce, see if they have the IT guy over here, so I can ask him.
Too much?
Compliment.
I did.
Thank you.
It looked like you just came out of the one.
It's my light heavy.
Oh.
Yes.
Where it's gonna make you sweat, then if you would like to stop.
You're in, yeah.
Sweating.
Yeah. Thing on computer.
No, that means.
Oh, wow, that's not. Fun.
You missed
She
me.
had to have an extra application. So I'll have to get whatever application.
So where's-
they can put on her.
Western trivia.
Yeah,
So where's
well,
the camera?
Go ahead.
There is no camera. So we're just streaming audio.
Right,
On.
which is why we have.
If we had, if we knew we could see the camera, I bet Nathan would give us something to get a on the camera, but I wasn't prepared for that, so.
Yeah, when Nathan met with us yesterday, it was nobody from IT is coming today, so I was surprised to see you.
Oh, yeah, I got a call. So I was like, okay,
Yeah,
I'm on it.
because I asked her yesterday if we had all this figured out, and people like it.
If,
There is,
there's a microphone setting on the wall, so Joyce is asking the IT if they. Also for a camera, we could have somebody in the meeting, place their laptop right there. Stream their camera.
who was,
This
whoever's
way.
standing.
Yeah,
There you go, rough it.
yeah, it's something like that, you know, we can make it work.
I have to be able to live stream the, or not much, I have to be able to share some presentation. Might be here. Okay. Hear us how, hear us, okay? Okay. So let's test that and. Rebecca, can you just say something from over there and let's see if the people online can hear you well enough? Can you hear me okay? It's Rebecca.
Yes.
Yes.
And they're bringing,
Huh?
they're bringing the microphone.
Okay. As I said, I don't know how well they can hear you or if that setting is working or not, but.
Okay. They can hear you.
We will start with a roll call.
All right. Okay, Autumn Bill. Sydney Greenman,
Here,
Jennifer Flores,
I'm here.
Brandon Gay,
Here.
Jason Meyer.
Here.
Lindsey Graff,
Here.
Becca Helget,
Here.
Kate Stewart,
Here. You want to go in the patient here, please?
Jennifer Kaczynski,
Here.
Jennifer Kirk. Dr. Jessica Lopez. Dr. Marvin Miller,
He's here, he's stepped up.
Bradley Miller. Dr. Brooke Moore,
Here.
Charity Porter, Daniel Simon,
Here.
Chris Rappitt, Sabrina Richel, Rebecca Schultz, Dr. Sean Smith, Roxanne Dillinger,
Here.
Jennifer King,
You have a microphone we can use.
Dr. Leah
Turn it on by clicking it up.
ex officio members Luann Aaron. Here. Mike Burgess,
Oh, I'm on here. Sorry to be virtual today.
Ashley Enns, Leslie Gerard,
Here.
Melanie Haas,
Here.
Dawn Harding,
Here.
Anna Bradley,
So
she did say she's gonna be in and out for those other.
so do we need this? If
KSDE staff, Hannah Miller,
People
Here.
People.
Trish Backman,
If-
Joyce Royals,
Here.
Stacy Clark,
Here.
Brian Dempsey,
Here.
Dr. Krista Brimwood, Bert Moore, Alicia Nichols here, Dean Sykes is gonna be in and out. Area research. Oh. Marie Tabasco,
Maureen,
what?
are you here?
No.
Okay, we have a microphone, so if anybody has trouble hearing, please let me know and we can use it. Or do we have any changes to the agenda from what's been sent out? Okay. So at this point, I would take a motion to approve the agenda.
This is Dr. Brimwood.
This is on the question. And just to clarify, it is the November 19th, 2025 agenda, not November 24th. All those in favor say aye, raise your hand or take a poll. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Okay, the next item on the agenda is the minutes from the September 24th, 2025 SEAC meeting. Those have been sent out. Does anybody have any questions or corrections about this? Okay, seeing none, I take a motion to approve the minutes.
Lindsey Graff and make a motion to approve the minutes.
Thank you, Lindsay. Do I have a second? Thank you, Rebecca. Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor say aye, raise your hand or take a poll. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Okay, I think we're right on track for public comments. Do we have any public comments, Joyce?
No.
Okay, so at this time, we are excited to welcome 3 new members to SEAC. And I'd like to give each of them an opportunity to just tell us who they are and where they're coming from. And we just appreciate you serving on SEAC. So Jason, do you mind starting? Tell us a little about yourself.
So I'm Jason Meyer. I teach here in EGOD over at Rhode Island Elementary. This is year 1Z4 for me. taught middle school and elementary, and I had 2 kids at home, freshman and a 7th grader. Both of them were, well, daughter is autistic and son that's like multiple learning barriers. So I'm really excited to see what guidance and things perspective everybody brings.
Thank you for being here, and Jason, our general ed teacher rep. All right, Daniel?
I'm James Simon, the principal at the Wilson Elementary School in Kansas. It's a school of about 600 students. And then we serve a couple of the homeless shelters in Manhattan, Kansas.
Thank you, Daniel. And so he is our McKinney-Vento representative. Kate?
I'm Kate Stewart. I'm the Director of Secondary Education at Erie County Schools. And we just launched the virtual school this year. So that is kind of where my role comes from, being a part of SEAC. But my previous experience has been a special education coordinator at the school level, the early childhood level, as well as various administrative roles, whether it be K-12 or secondary. So I'm excited to be here. We've had a lot of amazing growth in Erie County schools over the last few years, but we've also had a lot of turnover in our special education department. So that's why I'm kind of representing both, because we absorb a position, so everybody's still. Yeah, our current special education director is also serving as associate superintendent. Hopefully that's just the one here, but thank you.
Kate, thank you, and thank you for representing both schools. Okay, Bert, you are next for director updates.
As the director updates, I'm sure you all have heard about how the Office of Education in the United States Department of Education has just reorganized and has moved programs around. So the Department of Labor will now be responsible for the Elementary and Secondary Education Act programs, which is our title programs. So all of our title programs will now be under the Department of Labor. The Career Technical Education programs were already moved to that agency earlier. The Office of Civil Rights and the Special Education, IDEA, remain in education, but we all think that it's just a matter of time before they get shifted. We're kind of doing this in stages. We expect lawsuits to be filed because every time they do this type of maneuver through an executive order, then we have lawsuits. I haven't heard of any yet, but we'll have states that will object to it, and then it'll be some sort of litigation, but in the interim, it moves. So we're very concerned about how we're going to approach that. This is Dr. Watts. He's the commissioner. So this is my report, and I'll let him share whatever he wants.
Well, I just want to say thank you and interrupt if we're down the hall. And I want to say thanks for your work. Very, very important. Look forward to the recommendations that this group will make to the State Board of Education. And again, I can't thank you enough for your work. So it's good to see so many of you. And you've got time to break. Wander on over. We have no better snacks or food than but we're not in the cameras.
We got you.
Thanks for letting me interrupt.
Here's glad you showed up. Yeah, the certain budget, we have 2 people that work in our fiscal services that if you don't have a purchase order for everything you do, and the devil is in the details, and you're going to feel the sting of our agency. So that's what we're talking about. This was kind of impromptu for them to set up this leadership retreat here today. Brian and I normally would be involved in that. Brian Dempsey is the assistant director for government at Down Valley. I wanted to start with that. The other thing I wanted to share with you is we just came back from the law conference in Omaha, many of us. Some of you were there. And it was an excellent conference. And it's unfortunate that we have a law conference where you have to go and hear about where people are being taken to task over not providing the services that students are supposed to receive, or allegations basically that they're not receiving supports and services. So we heard about all of those states where things that are on the good list have been happening. And then we attended some meetings. I know that Lena was there, Marvin, you were there. Who else was there? Brian was there. Yes. So Rebecca, So the issue is that we do have litigation that's active. And one of the things that my department is in charge of is ensuring that our state meets compliance requirements and that we are also focused on results. So we have both of these that we're constantly juggling. And we have systems that don't like to be monitored. Can you imagine that? We went through monitoring back in September 2024. SEAC was part of that. It was not a pleasant experience. To get prepared alone took months of preparation. We had to upload information. We had to send it to the Office of Special Ed Programs. We had our technical assistance centers support us and work with us. And out of that, we had 16, I don't want to call them corrective actions, but we had 16 areas that we had to address. And so we did that, and we had to file that by October 8th of this year. Well, guess what was going on October 8th? Government was closed. But yesterday, we had a meeting with our Office of Special Ed Programs. It had been on our calendars for quite some time. I reached out to them and said, "Do you want to meet?" You know, you just came back last Thursday night. And they said, "Yeah, that's okay, if you want to." We said, "Well, we missed you." And they said, "Well, we missed you more than you missed us." And so we met with them yesterday, and while we're meeting with them, they told us that there was going to be a 2 o'clock meeting that the Secretary of Education had called. And that's when all of this transfer from. And they knew something about it. But the Office of Special Education Programs was not included in this initial transfer of the education department. So you're going to hear more and more about the federal level, but at the state level, I want everyone to understand that we have regulations and statutes that mirror the federal regulation. So if we had OSEP go away, we still have requirements in the state of Kansas that meet the needs of students with disabilities and exceptionalities, because for you new people in our state, we call it exceptionalities because we have identified students with giftedness as being under the umbrella of special education. And we added dyslexia into our learning disability eligibility document because across one of the legislators at the last minute put in the bill that we would have dyslexia as a disability category. I did not want to create a whole new eligibility for dyslexia. And one of the things I want you all to understand is when we do an evaluation, and I've had to explain this to school psychologists time and time again, we do not diagnose conditions. What we do is we identify that a student has conditions that are causing them to not make adequate progress. And based upon need, based upon one of our 13 eligibility categories, including gifted, then we identify students as eligible. We can receive documentation from a doctor, a psychologist, anyone from the hospital. It doesn't make any difference. We have to consider it. But that does not mean the child is automatically placed into special education services. Because that's based upon the local team, because courts have always said that education community decides what's needed for education. And medical practitioners do not have the right to determine eligibility for special education outside of that process. So there's a lot going on right now, a lot we're dealing with. Brian's going to go over the differentiated monitoring with you later. Those are our state performance plan also, which we're now preparing for submission. February 1st is the deadline, and we normally have it hit on January 31st, so we're a day early. But we feel pretty good about where we are, but Brian will talk about that. So I think one of that was my major issues I wanted to bring up, and for this group to understand your work is so critical right now because of what's happening with the federal. Your voices are heard by the Kansas State Board. That came about several years ago when we had a board member. Thank you, Melanie, for serving. We really appreciate you taking the time to be here. But Jim McNeese told us when he heard what we talked about, that the board members needed to hear it. So he set up a platform for us to quarterly go and meet with the state board members. And we present issues and things that we've been talking about and what we want the state board to know. And we also asked the state board, do you have anything that you want us to investigate for you? I know years ago when I was on SEAC in the 90s and early 2000s, we had a board president, when I asked that question, which nobody ever asked that, you went before the state board, introduced yourselves, and I thank you and bye. And I said, is there anything you want us to look at, to review? And immediately Steve Abrams said, autism, constantly getting hit by all these questions on autism. So we set up a whole day, with really discovered and looked at autism and came up with the opinion that we don't have to have one size fits all. It has to be individualized based upon the needs of your student because of the continuum of services. And you can't say that every child needs ABA. Some do, but not all do. So I just want you to know your voices are very important. And this work is very important. So thank you, all of you, for being here and being online, because we really need your voices to be heard. That's what I do.
Thank you, Bert. Our next agenda item is the State Interagency Coordinating Council. And for those of you who don't know, they're essentially the sister council to us. You know, we do the 3 to 21 and they do birth to 5. So Stacy Clark, and I believe we have some folks online who are also going to be chiming in. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to get out of here so you can.
Can they talk? Like, will we be able to hear them? Okay.
Can you hear? This is Kathy Ko. Can you hear me okay?
We can try the microphone.
If you want to hand me the microphone, I can try and put it over here.
I move my computer closer. Is that better?
Go ahead and say something else, Kathy.
Okay. I'll just say that I had a foggy drive into Salina this morning. I had a meeting here at 11, so I got here early enough to be sure to be on here. But boy, it's kind of foggy from Salina on west.
Okay. We were trying the microphone, but that's not helping. So I'll turn my laptop around, so maybe that'll help. Just
And
speak loudly.
I'll use my teacher voice. How's that?
That sounds good.
Okay. And are you ready for me to go ahead and start?
Stacy, are you? Yes.
Yes, I was just doing the handouts.
I shared that in your chat. I just wanted, everybody should be able. You want me to share it up there or do you have a PowerPoint?
We have a PowerPoint.
Okay.
Okay, I'll get started then. I'm Kathy Kirstenbrock-Osmeyer. People know me as Kathy KO or KKO, so I go by all of those names. And I am currently the chairperson for the Kansas State Interagency Coordinating Council. We always start our meetings and of course want to share with you that our mission and the mission of the Coordinating Council on Early Childhood Developmental Services is to ensure that a comprehensive service delivery system of integrated services is available in Kansas to all children with or at risk of developmental delays from birth through age 5 and their families. And of course, we also have the link here for the website. The mission of the council is to ensure that there is a comprehensive service delivery system. And it's a little different in that, and from Part B in terms of regulations, and we'll talk about those again in a little bit, but it's to ensure this comprehensive system of service delivery is integrated and is available in Kansas to all children who are at risk of developmental delays from birth through age 5 and their families. And you can change the slide. I'll tell you, I guess, when. How's that? In Kansas, we have local interagency coordinating councils. This is created in Kansas Statute 755649, and it's for the purpose of coordinating early intervention services for infants and toddlers with disabilities and their families who reside within that local community. Next slide, please. Part C, Early Intervention Services, or the Kansas Early Childhood Developmental Services, is authorized by the IDEA, the Individuals with Disability Education Act, under Part C. Now, of course, school age 3 to 21 is Part B. So we often will talk about the differences of Part C to B. And Part C is administered by the Kansas Department of Health and Environment. And I believe if you go back into the 80s, that decision was made by Governor Hayden when we first started recognizing officially it was Part H under the IDEA. It later changed to Part C. But at that time, the decision was, where to put the lead agency in Kansas, and he decided it would go to Health and Environment. And so it's at the Kansas Department of Health and Environment to this day. The Kansas Early Childhood Developmental Services provides funding to local infant toddler services programs to assist in maintaining and implementing a statewide system of coordinated, comprehensive, multidisciplinary early intervention services for infants and toddlers with disabilities from, again, birth to age 3. And then, of course, we partner with transitions and work then in terms of 3 to kindergarten age and their families under the council. But the actual Part C program is birth to age 3. Part C, it has jurisdiction, I suppose you'd say, is covered under the Office of Special Ed Programs. There are 2 programs that both the Part B and Part C are required to look at indicators and regulations. Under Kansas, we get the categorical aid and Medicaid funding for both. So there's some real similarities between the 3 to 21 and the birth to 3. Important details include that early intervention decreases the need of future special education services by the way that the programs are developed. It's different than Part B, and the way that I like to explain it is there's not 2 prongs in Part C. In Part B, you have to have a disability and a need for specially designed instruction. Under Part C, you're just looking at the disability or even the risk of the disability to qualify. Then at age 3 with the transitions, you move into the different regulations for Part B. Part C serves as an area generally larger than a school district. Oftentimes it's entire counties, or like where I was from, the Northwest Kansas Educational Service Center, we were in 12 counties and worked with 19 different school districts. So they're larger than school districts, and they vary in sizes from, very small or single district to a large area like we had. Part C programs are open to nonprofits, so they're not only facilitated and coordinated through school districts, but they can be coordinated and facilitated through nonprofits. And I think you have the handouts now from Stacy, which shows all of the different programs across Kansas. And you'll notice that some of those are not housed out of school districts. One that was a neighbor to us in Northwest Kansas was out of Hayes with the Developmental Services of Northwest Kansas, which was the CDDO. And so you'll see some differences there. I believe you also have a copy of the assurances in front of you. And just as with Part B, when school districts say they're going to do the programs, or the state of Kansas Department of Ed is going to do the programs, there's assurances that go along with that. And under the Office of Special Ed Programs, Part C programs also have to have assurances. And like I said, I believe you have those. Next slide, please. Here's a map showing the different Part C programs, as I mentioned earlier, so that you can see again, some are a single county, some are very large areas. Just as with school districts, they vary in numbers of families and children that they provide supports for. Next slide. Qualifications for Part C services. And again, as I mentioned, there's not the 2-prong test, but we look at the developmental delay, establishing a risk, oftentimes a diagnosis of a physical or mental condition, and then informed clinical opinion. And of course, that is different than Part B. Services include family support services. So we're looking to really support the entire family as an approach rather than a therapy or just a child approach. We work in natural environments, and so we really strive to embed our supports around the family schedules and routines. We look at meal times. We look at activities the family would be if the child wasn't involved or had a disability condition. We look at play in the car, other types of things the family may be involved in. I often say groceries even, lots of experiences there. We focus on family members as guiding our goals. And then we have 18 different services that need to be available. Next slide. Part C coordinators. The administrative role is generally called the coordinator of the program. And they are, in fact, an administrator, but they may not have, as in the education of 3 to 21, some type of special education administrator degree, but they are considered administrator. And again, that goes back to some of the options of having non-for-profit organizations lead these agencies. But they're responsible to do the budgeting, to supervise staff, to submit grants for funding, to facilitate program collaboration and the vision across different agencies in the areas that they serve. They, of course, make sure they're following all of the regulations, both state and federal, that are required, and of course, also falling under FERPA, the Privacy Act for families. And you'll have links. I believe you'll get all of these slides, so you have links so you can look at things in more depth. And so I see there's a link for the responsibilities. Next slide, please. This particular slide is to help you understand some of the differences and some of the issues that sometimes come up with the coordination of Part C programs. Lead agencies and lead fiscal agents can be different. So you might have a lead fiscal agent in one location and the lead agency for administration in another, which is unique. Many programs will have them in the same place, but that is a unique situation that can occur under the Part C. There are 7 programs with school district leads, and these are listed here. And then 9 with interlocal or co-op leads. And then there are 13 with nonprofit leads. So there's all kinds of unique differences and situations that occur. And we highlighted a few: Douglas, Gary, Riley, Potawatomi, Wyandotte, and Harvey, as being some that, I think have, and we'll talk about this in a minute more, but sometimes we struggle to, understand the nuances of some of the Part C and how it's different than Part B and some of the assurances and regulation differences. And oftentimes, and I was doing both as a coordinator for the Infant Toddler Services Program and the Director of Special Ed out at Northwest Kansas. And so we really were able to work through, because I coordinated both programs, the differences in the 2 programs. But when you have different lead agencies, different lead fiscal agents, and then you're not necessarily directly used to working with the community as the Part C programs do, there are misunderstandings and issues, and these situations really need the support of both KDHE through the program that's administered there, as well as KSDE and special education, and of course the State Interagency Coordinating Council working on coordinating all of this, and of course coming to you as the State Special Education Advisory Council in assisting us with some of these issues that we're going to ask a little help with. Next slide. Again, one of the issues is that of Part C coordinator's role and then of fiscal. And we've been seeing, and it seems like an uptick, although I know there's always been issues off and on, but some confusion with districts understanding that the role of doing the fiscal related to the Part C program is needing to be administered and coordinated by that coordinator. And they're responsible to work with the funding that comes in. That can be Medicaid funding that's for those programs, the categorical aid funding that comes in and is available that's distributed out of the Department of Education, but also that there needs to be some autonomy in running that type of finance situation. And so we have some districts that I think don't understand that there is, under the assurances and in the role of the coordinator, responsibility to be the payer of last resort in terms of funding the services in Part C, which is mandated out of the regulations under the IDEA. And so there's some different ways of doing things, and it's not just the same as Part B. And that has led to some confusion and issues related to money. Sometimes in agencies where, you know, the money's going into a school district and it's the board clerk and the superintendent are looking at that, sometimes they don't understand that, hey, this is kind of got to have some autonomy, and it is the responsibility of the coordinator to follow these other assurances, to know what's coming in on categorical, to know how they're assessing and addressing, getting the kinds of fundings that they need to. Next slide. There we go. Again, here's our requests. First of all, we really want to partner to support school districts in understanding the roles and responsibilities of Part C coordinators and the fiscal regulations of the Part C programs. Second, we really need some additional support with the legislature as they're looking at the special education funding. As I listened to and others listened to the Special Education Funding Task Force and the information, so much of that was really focused on Part B. And when they did the new calculation on funding of the categorical, that formula that they did a year ago, that money went directly to school districts and were based on populations. And Part C, in terms of the categorical, remained level funded. And so again, support and understanding of the funding for Part C with the legislature and as they're looking at that funding task force. And then third, the support in doing the joint child find responsibilities. One of the things that we've seen erode, or I've seen erode over the last few years, is it used to be that Part C programs and Part B work together in doing child find birth to kindergarten age. But more and more we're hearing that the school districts aren't partnering with the Part C programs to do the child find from birth to age 3. They're kind of indicating that that needs to be a Part C responsibility, but technically that is in statute and a requirement for child find for districts as well. So support in working with that child find responsibility in more of a shared joint manner. And so those are some of the issues that have come up. I know I talk fast and I've moved fast, but we're open to discussion and questions. And Stacy, and did Tricia get on? They may have some additional comments as well.
Yeah, Tricia is here. Can you hear me?
Yes. Did you have some additional comments, Tricia?
I had dropped in the chat that one of the issues that we're having along fiscal lines is keeping Part C funding separate from other school funding.
Joyce, you might ask Tricia to introduce herself.
Could you introduce yourself, please?
Yes, hello, my name is Tricia Wagoner, and I'm the state Part C coordinator. I work at the Kansas Department of Health and Environment, and I oversee the 29 infant toddler programs in the state.
Sorry about that, Tricia. I should have introduced you. Okay, so does the council have questions or comments or anything for us?
Yes, just a moment. We don't have a microphone. We only have one, and we're trying to make things work here. Lena's coming up with a question.
So Tricia, can you talk a little bit more about what your comment about the fiscal and the separation of fiscal, what that means?
Microphone, here to hear it.
I'll just stay here.
Yes, we're finding that some of our school districts are not keeping clear lines about what funding is for Part C programs and what funding is general school districts funds. So there's a rule that any any funded generated by a child enrolled in Part C must stay with the Part C program in order to pay for services through Part C. So if a school district is getting, for example, Medicaid from a child that is enrolled in Part C, that funding has to stay with that Part C program in order to pay for Part C services. It can't then go into the general coffers of the school district. Also, yeah, go ahead.
So just to clarify, is this something that you guys are seeing overall at a statewide level? Because I have a Part C program and I already know how we fund it and keep everything separate, and that's not an issue for us. So is this a widespread or targeted issue, would you say?
It's a mix. I would say that we have some places that are doing it really well and other places that are not. We issued several, I can't remember how many, a bunch of findings of noncompliance related to folks not keeping their audits. When the audits that we reviewed, they were not keeping funding separated. Just as an example. So that was that happened earlier this year. But we have areas where the information reported back to the state about where categorical aid and Medicaid funding and other funding sources have not been kept separate and contained to this Part C program.
So have you guys thought about how SEAC could better support this effort, or, you know, what kind of things can we do to partner with you to get the education out to the folks who need it?
Lena, it's a good question. And I think the things that come to my mind is, of course, first of all, as the funding task force is working on looking at formula, just to work with the Department of Education in understanding that Part C receives funding through that formula and wanting to make sure that it isn't lost. It kind of got lost in the last bunch of money that went in, and Part C was just level funded because that money was distributed based upon the population of the districts. And so just an awareness of that is one thing. The other thing is just working with board clerks and superintendents in understanding the difference between the C and B program. They're both recognized as like you said, sisters or partners, but I don't know that districts always understand that. Now, we know there's a lot of, like you, and of course where I was at, and there's a lot of others that did understand that, but we're hearing more and more from coordinators and programs that when they ask questions, they're kind of not given answers, or they're told that that's up to the district. And so just support as we move forward and work on these things in terms of communication. And then of course, sharing and awareness that these programs work together and benefit each other. The work that's done in infant toddler, of course, really helps in terms of reducing services later on, and of course, getting families involved early to do preventive or reducing the need for more involved services. So there's a lot of coordination between the two, but then helping some of the new districts, and especially I see there's so many new superintendents and new people out there that I don't think they always understand how this is all to work together.
So since we're talking about Part C, which is operated by KDHE, I don't know, and maybe this is a question for Bert, is there any role for TASN in this project to support districts at all with some of these concerns?
If it's fiscal accountability, it needs to be led by Dale Brungard and Frank Harwood. Dr. Harwood is our fiscal deputy commissioner, and Dale is the school finance director. And between the two of them, if it's a budget issue and you're saying you're issuing findings, then they're the ones that do the training on the budget annually. They do it every summer. And with all the turnover in superintendents, I can see where people might be confused, as well as board clerks. So I think this needs to be an agenda item that Tricia, you reach out to Dr. Harwood, and we can assist you in that, we being Dean Sykes and myself, to make sure that this message gets out to systems that they have to keep clean accounting of Part C and Part B. So I think that would be the simplest way to begin this conversation and to deal with it so that we can correct any deficiencies.
Thank you, Bert. And I know that and I'm not sure now with Dale and Frank, but I know when I would visit with them, I know sometimes they didn't always understand the fiscal piece of Part C. And so probably some additional communication there is needed.
Yeah, we're happy to do that.
That would be what I recommend.
Yeah, I think that would be great. Other than the fiscal, I know you've kind of gone through a lot of information here. Are there other things that we can do to support the work of the SICC?
Well, I think, and I know that this is already on everybody's radar, is the transition piece between the C to B with children and families that are moving from one program to the other. Just continued support in communication and collaboration with the transition process. And I know that's already being done at the TASN level as well as within special education in both agencies, but continued support there, because I know that, that's one of those 100% compliance pieces, but it's more than just making sure that things are done by age 3. It's making sure that, families and understand the continuum of services and some of the changes, and that Part B understands that, C will give you sometimes referrals and they're not going to qualify because our rules and guidance are very different. I like to say it's like 504 for Part C. There's no second prong. And so it makes sense that you may have more referrals that aren't going to qualify. But then again, I've always shared that doesn't mean it stops there. Perhaps a 504 plan might be the next step, or some other types of programs that the school may have, rather than those families that did have needs but maybe don't meet the second prong can still move forward with some support in the school district. So again, just more communication and work in those levels, I think, is needed.
And Trish, another thing that we could offer, since this seems to be a recurring issue, is we have a monthly webinar with directors of special education, and there would be an option to provide 15 minutes for KDHE to kind of let agencies know what issues you're dealing with and how you would like to have support. And then we can work from there on maybe either having it at one of our quarterly meetings or adding it into leadership next year, so that we can hit the broader community of the entire state, so everyone is collaborating and cooperating together. And it's based on the needs of our kids that have special needs and our families. So, I mean, this is something we have to collaborate and cooperate on. So I have no problem with allowing that 15-minute opportunity, and we could possibly schedule that on a regular basis. But we don't want this to continue to be a festering issue, so let's deal with it and take care of it.
I would appreciate that.
And Bert, kudos to you and Stacy, because I have noticed in the last year, and I've been on the calls this year when you meet with directors on the Friday webinars monthly, that there is a focus on early childhood and the infant toddler and the transition. And I do think that that's been helpful. So yes, more of the same too. Thanks.
Well, the other thing I want you to recognize is I brought up to the Education Funding Task Force my concern about the Part C funding. And they did mention that they may have to have a separate appropriations for that if they change the funding formula for our IDEA funds, our special education funds. So I think we all need to be collaborative on that as well, and make sure that this doesn't get forgotten about, because it's critical that those funds continue to flow if they move away from a personnel-based reimbursement system.
Agreed.
Kathy, while I have you and Trisha on here, one of the things that I guess I'd like a little more information on is what I'm hearing about the requirement that Part C programs are going to have to bill private insurance. And just kind of what is the plan and the rollout for that? And, you know, there are some real implications as a fiscal agent to have the staffing set up to do some of those things. So any clarity you can provide on that would be appreciated.
Well, I don't know. Chris will have to, Trisha's going to have to speak to it more because it's it's new information that I've just heard about recently. But Lena, being in your position, you know, prior to my retirement in July, I know that we even considered billing insurance, and some of the studies that were done by Greenbush, there were issues related to it costing more than the money you were going to get. And so I know that this is going to be an item that's going to need to be studied. I know Trisha's aware of that. I still wish we could find some other way we could have insurance companies just provide us support without having to do a lot of added work in the mix. But I know she's aware of all of this, and I'll let you speak more to it, Trish, if you have new information.
Right. So the insurance piece, this is a have to, not a want to. One of Part C's findings. So we had our DMS visit at the same time that Part B did last year. And we got our findings around the same time. And one of our findings is that we are not meeting our requirements under payer of last resort because we are not billing insurance companies. And in Part C, insurance companies are to be billed for services and be used to pay for Part C services prior to federal funding. So we have a new database that is being built. Insurance will be able to be billed through that database. We are working through the process of what this means for our programs. And we have a lot left to learn about what it will mean for our programs. I will say that some other states have laws in place to make it easier to bill private insurance by Part C programs, but we don't have those here in Kansas. So this is something that we're trying to figure out. But a big step towards that will be the launch of the new database, which will allow for billing of private insurance. I know that's not a whole lot of answers yet, but it is something that we're working on.
Thanks, Trisha. I think knowing that it's a payer of last resort issue is helpful. And I think if you're able to get on to one of the monthly meetings that Bert was talking about, that would be helpful for special education directors to know. While I have a great infant toddler coordinator, and she's the one who told me there are implications beyond just the infant toddler program when some of these kind of changes happen that require a broader planning at a systems level. That would be nice to have some direct communication about some of these things as well. Anybody else have questions or comments? Okay, we have nobody else jumping in here. Do you have any final thoughts? We really appreciate your time this morning and all the information and the work that you're doing for our youngest learners here in Kansas. But anything else? And good to see you, Kathy.
Well, thank you guys for the time and the opportunity to share, and just, you know, knowing we're partners and can work as we work forward, making sure that we're all communicating as we're addressing some of these issues, and just appreciate it. And certainly appreciate Bert, because I know Bert, you're very aware of infant toddler services and have been very supportive. And then having Stacy there has also been great. So thank you for your time, and we do appreciate what you guys are doing, and certainly appreciate Tricia, because I know she's worked really hard on working across the agencies as well.
Okay, thank you very
Kathy.
much.
Thank you, everyone.
We are now ready for Brian Dempsey to talk about the DMS.
Morning, everybody. Okay, I think you've seen these slides before.
Where'd it go?
We're finding them. I'll start talking. Bert teed this up really well with OSEP and our touching base with them. So, and I think, I forgot I wasn't here in September, and Bert has gone through this with you. We kind of had an idea what the findings would be and what we were working on. And so when you were here in September, we had the letter from OSEP, and so these slides just are the same that you had back then. I thought I'd do a high level for a reminder, and then for the new people, an explanation, opportunity for questions, tell you where we're at, and then what is going on with OSEP. So, and then what our plan is, and one of the areas of focus right now that we're working on to let you know what that looks like, and we're in a feedback loop on that with you, with the kiosk stakeholder group, which are special education local special education directors, and then anybody who has any further questions. So we uploaded our evidence in response to the OSEP findings by October 8th. And everybody remembers the government shutdown on September 30th. So we have continued moving forward with our plan, knowing that the government would open at some point, and then they would catch up with reviewing that. So these are draft documents for them to review and provide feedback. A lot of the information, and so the monitoring findings, a lot of that was based on the term LEA, Local Education Agency. So OSEP feels that the LEA are the standalone districts, so your bigger districts, Wichita, Topeka, Olathe, stuff like that. And then the co-ops and interlocals that have multiple districts, we treated those as LEAs, and we think they meet the definition of that. But the rub was OSEP said no, but reporting to us, the LEA in those environments are the interlocals with co-ops. And so that was one of the findings, really how we were reporting information to them in some of the areas. So for significant disproportionality, for example, that is reported at the LEA level. It's always been reported at the LEA level. We always collect all of our data at the district level. And then for significant disproportionality, for example, we just roll that up to the interlocal or co-op and then notify them that way. Everything else we've reported at the district level, specifically for the SPP APR, which I'll talk about in a little bit. So some of that will change as we roll up to the LEA, and then we'll talk about the general supervision model. So we uploaded all of that for monitoring. That was the same for data, really. A lot of the data there were only a couple data findings, but it was around that as well. And the fiscal component, the dispute resolution findings were the most, and that was typical of every state that's gone through the OSEP monitoring process. The dispute resolution in every state has had the most findings. Ours were really centered around our policies and procedures and just updating that, tightening up our tracking of our review process cases, and that was about it. So all of that's been updated. We've notified the field, and I think the letter went out to SEAC. I'll double check. If not, we'll send that out in the implications of our changes for the LEA as well. So, as Bert pointed out, the government reopened. We touched base with OSEP yesterday. Very pleased that they are back to work, and they have not had an opportunity to review everything, obviously. And with everything still going on in Washington and with them, what they asked of us is we prioritize what they wanted us to do. So we will work with them internally, and then what we're ready to move forward on, we'll let them know, hey, we're going to do this monitoring project that ties into your findings here. Please review those right now so we know we're on the right track and get their feedback for that. Everything else can probably wait. Quite frankly, the dispute resolution, a lot of that was policy driven. We've updated the process handbook and everything already. So that would probably be at the end, and we'll focus on the monitoring. So Alicia, if you want to pull up the Excel spreadsheet.
So the people online are seeing it. We're trying to get it on the screens.
Sorry.
Do you want my laptop so you can see it?
Oh, if you just need it on the screen, I could do that too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
Receipts.
people online are seeing it. We just need the people in the room to be able to see it.
Year cohort monitor. Well, what does that mean? So we have 286 school districts, or 285.
Shouldn't.
Historically, what we've done, we said, we're gonna see everybody for general supervision.
Is that what you're wanting?
monitoring Once every 3 years.
I know.
So we did a scientific method, but we didn't just divide 286 by 2. We did an intentional division of those districts into 3 cohorts. So if you're in a district, you would be monitored once every 3 years. This started probably after the last monitoring, which was 2010, 2011. So you'll see the trend. So the trend back then was maybe every 6 years, and then OSEP came in the late 2000s, 2010, and said, yeah, that's a little too long. We want you to do it a bit tighter. So that's when we went to the 3-year cohort monitoring. So every district is looked at every 3 years. And we divided the districts up into that. So we've been doing that for about 10 years now. So we've got a lot of data on that. But anyway, before this monitoring, we had started internally looking at our kiosk general supervision system. So we went through a round, and then you start analyzing, right? You look at your data. What are we seeing? Where are we making an impact on students and improving their outcomes? Are we helping systems? Yes or no? And what can we improve with our kiosk system? So we were starting to do that internally, and then we would gather that, and then we would come out and get information. And this is about 2019, and then March 2020 comes, so everything just shut down. And then OSEP is doing their DMS monitoring. So Bert's right, it's a lot of work that everybody's going to have to go through and do, but it was kind of a good timing because we were going through that process. So a lot of these findings, this is my silver lining, aligned with really kind of the direction of what we were talking about, because a lot of the feedback we were getting from directors was when you divided out those districts, which we were okay with initially, we didn't think through, but for the interlocals and co-ops, when they have more than one district, we weren't putting all their districts in one co-op. So if Lena has 10 districts, she might be in every cohort. And so she's going through general supervision from us every year, or 2 out of the 3 years. We had a couple big, so Kathy's northwest corner is like 19 districts they have to deal with. So they didn't want to do it in one cohort. That's too much work for them, but they spread it out. And then if we do file reviews, it's a review of file pulls. And so we had 10, 15, and 20 files, depending on the size of your district, 10 for the smallest districts. So imagine, so Wichita's a large district, right? So they only get once every 3 years, they get 20 files pulled, and we monitor their system. And statistically, that's okay to check the health of the system. But the effect for interlocals and co-ops that had small districts, and they're spread out over 3 years, they were having, depending on the number of districts, 100 to 120 files pulled over 3 years. So it was really not very proportional. And so we were getting that feedback. So we have started looking at all of this. So OSEP said, you know, we really want you to look at the LEA level. Our intention is to continue monitoring at the district level. We'll do that, but we can roll findings up into the LEA level, report them that way, and make the findings that way. So for example, for our complaint reports through dispute resolution, we added the LEA. So if one of Lindsay's districts is identified or there's a complaint, we still name the district as responsible, and then we add for co-op member. So that's how we capture that. So it's our intent to continue doing the work. And I think that was OSEP's feedback when they were on site. We appreciate you doing more than what we require from that level. But this is what we're looking at. Okay, so what you see on the screen is the culmination of all of this and the response to that. So remember, we went from every 6 years to every 3 years. Well, now OSEP's back to every 6 years is probably okay, depending on how we set up your system, and we're okay with that. So we have talked about, and we've talked to the kiosk stakeholder group about this, and what you see is kind of a spreadsheet And this tab is, we're proposing to do a risk assessment. So we've identified the areas that we look at and we've captured everything we look at. And then you can see we've got proposed scores and whether we're going to review them or not. And then we'll score every district. And that will be their risk, okay? And so the theory is if you're a district that has a high risk count, we're going to come see you early in this process. And so looking at a 6-year cohort, what our proposal is we do a 5-year cohort. So squeeze all the LEAs and districts into 5 years and use the 6th year for a couple of reasons. One, that continuous improvement. So that's the year to evaluate the data. We've gotten through all the districts. What are we seeing? What do we need to do from a monitoring standpoint to improve student outcomes and help districts? What's working, what's not, how can we do better? And then that 6th year could be for chronic districts as well. So if you're identified in year 1, you're really looking at a couple of years. So as you scroll through, the other area of focus we wanted to do is capture outcomes. So if we're trying to improve outcomes, we wanted to really emphasize the outcome. So what you have are all the APR outcomes that we've called out here. And if you scroll down, and then you get down to the bottom, when we go through the APR, so the LOD at the very bottom, the levels of determination we do every year for every district includes the compliance indicators. So we're capturing the compliance indicators in one area and emphasizing the outcomes in another area. We talked to the KSDE stakeholder group, and you can see we played around with this. This is a draft. We threw in some prior data, but this is not where we're at this point. We just did this to run and show you. I think where theory is, then at the bottom, you can see if you're in year 1, so to catch you in that 5-year cohort, we'll just add points. So if you're a really healthy system, you're doing well for students, and you're showing good outcomes, you're still going to pop up, but it's probably going to be around year 5 when we start adding those points at the bottom. And so we're making sure to capture every system in that 5 years. So then, so we'll look at it at the LEA level. So that data you'll see, I think if you go to the next tab, the data table tab, every district is identified. So we'll run the data for every district, and then it pulls over into their interlocal co-ops. If you go over to the risk calculation.
Calculation, the next tab. Oh, sorry. I was looking for a column.
I think this is still all, it's ranking the districts. Go to the next tab. So this is where you'll see, I think that it pulls it over, so it's 4. So you'll see at the top in the data we used, again, this is just rough and you just threw some data in there. Wichita scored the highest in the Wyandotte co-op. So it's pulling all the districts into Wyandotte co-op and scoring them, and that's where you're ending up with your risk. So we're going to look at the LEA at all the districts in that LEA level and then roll that up. So and then the other thing on the file review to provide equity in that for everybody is not pull based on your district, but pull on your LEA level. So if you're an LEA with several districts, and we're still toying with, we just look at a percentage of students that are eligible for identified for students with disabilities, and then just pull based on that. I think we're still looking at the 10, 15, 20 based on the sizes. When you start getting into the interlocals and co-ops and start combining their districts, most are going to be medium or large, to be frank. So probably everybody's looking at 15 to 20 total, but they only go through as one. So it gets rid of that pulling 120 files for Lena over 3 years. It gets her in 1 year for all of the districts at that level. That allows us to look at the LEA and the districts. It allows Lena to look at each of her districts and drill down that data to see where maybe the issues are and help that out as she's doing her corrective actions. That's super high level. Okay. The addition, I think if you go back to that tab, Joyce,
Which,
yeah, let's go back. Second tab. Some of the suggestions, yeah,
oh, this one?
yeah, and then scroll over. Okay. So kind of, and if you leave it there, so you see at the bottom, new personnel, that was some input from the kiosk stakeholder group. Vacancy rate was another one. Enrollment status, we just didn't have time to put this in there, so it's still something to consider. So these are risk categories. So if you have all new staff, or you have qualified staff, or you're meeting the qualification requirements, maybe you're using the sub that supervise that legally is okay, that might be a risk category, right? Instead of seasoned and veteran teachers, we have new teachers. Instead of our enrollment's really increasing, but our staffing, these are all just indicators. I think the local director can work that up. Are good ideas that we can talk about meetings. But this is just to identify LEAs to monitor first and move down the pathway. Thoughts, questions? See wheels turning, but we'll be back in January. So I want you to think about this. It's in the material. We can send this out. Send feedback back to me. You don't have to wait till then. We have frequent meetings with the kiosk stakeholder group. We meet with them virtually tomorrow to just continue this conversation. So hopefully by January, we'll have more information. We'll tighten this up a little bit. What I didn't talk about is, so indicator 3 is assessments. A, B, C, D. There's 24 different components. We're not going to measure 24 components for a risk. We're going to identify. So for example, for 3D is what we were looking at for reading, math, fourth grade in high school. And then we would tie the other columns. For indicators 7, we were thinking about looking at 7C. And hiding the other columns. So some of those indicators that have several components, we are not really looking at all of that. But what points really the student outcomes that everybody wants to look at. This weighting, I think I did mention that. We use weighting in youth outcomes driven accountability, which is another risk assessment. And when you really take the weighting out, it makes it more complicated, but when you take it out, it might flip districts a position or two, but it doesn't move them when you start looking at identifying them for targeted assistance. So I think we're starting with no weighting to keep it kind of simple, just get to the formula we want. As you saw, really the scores kind of line out.
The goal for this 26%.
So yeah, so the reason we're doing fast meetings, doing virtual meetings is we want to roll this out for next school year. And to do that, to get IT geared up, to get training done for the districts and LEAs, we need to be done by the end of February. And March, IT will start on the kiosk system. We'll start with so that's the goal. So yeah, so we've got tomorrow for kiosk stakeholders. I think we have.
You can show up tomorrow. We're showing them.
It's a whole week of it. But so we've got that, and then you guys back in January. We're presenting at the winter conference, the KC Winter Conference, the end of February 24th and 25th. So that probably will be, this is what it's going to be. If we're going to be able to get it done. So for that final product, you'll see it there.
It's also going to be shared with superintendents. I just think for that accountability piece, like directors take a lot of that ownership when it's their district results. So I think like how can I support special ed directors in this? That way they can take some ownership in it.
That was something that we did talk about is by changing the ODA from district to the co-operating local. is whether or not they would maintain a buy-in or see the importance in supporting it. We talked about that.
Which is why we're leaving it at the district level from the data reporting and running and the notices and stuff out. But that's a good point, Rebecca, to pull that in for this now and confirm and affirm that the responsibility still lies. It's a shared responsibility. Other thoughts or questions?
And it would be really nice on that shared responsibility. They might feel a little bit of that LOD versus this special education, their local or cooperative and. Just my thoughts.
The district data is gonna have to be, it rolls into the demonstrating the LEM. And they are individualized and like each district is accountable, and that's what I kept telling you, Sam. We hold each district accountable for faith and relief, not the cooperative, who gets the money? Well, the way that we do it and who signs the assurances? Assurances are signed by the cooperative and local because they received the fund. So that was their whole point. Whoever's getting the money and signing the assurances is accountable for the results. So they just kept coming back to that over and over.
There's a disconnect.
Yeah.
There's a disconnect.
Bert's right, Bert's intention to continue that. And I think maybe would it be helpful to emphasize more? We already do this. Significant disproportionality is a determination at the LEA level, but it's measured through the districts. They're still accountable, and we do roll that up. So this isn't brand new to the state. And the flip is, if we did it the way OSEP wanted us to, then you get into, there probably isn't that feeling of shared accountability because they just want to know about the LEA level. So I think this allows us to continue with that accountability at the district level, responsibility, and meeting those such requirements about how they define it. Yeah.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
To your point about the it is, I haven't interviewed by OSEP twice, both as co-op and this year. And they did not get, like, they did not get it.
Just goes down to roles and responsibilities and the burden and barrier that are so oftentimes when the accountability is on the part of the district. I think that's where it should have directors. Yeah. That's shared responsibility.
And we have to hold districts accountable. Because they are accountable for all of the students that are enrolled in their system. Then they contract with cooperative and local to provide that support, but they still are accountable for the services. And contract that away.
We are going to move on to music education with Marvin Miller.
Well, good morning, everybody. Can you hear me okay online, or do I need to hold this microphone? I just want to say, yes, I am Marvin Miller. I've not heard my name in front of music education for many years. I was a music major undergrad way back in the 80s, but haven't done much with that since then. But I have an interest in music education, incorporate music into my self-contained classes, categorical classes as well. And so I'm always looking for things out there. This is, for some of you that don't know me, this is my 12th and final year on SEAC. And as I was thinking through all the different subjects that has come before SEAC, and we always talk about gaps and trying to find out what is out there, I've never heard something like music or specials come up. We always talk about math, language arts, CSI, all kinds of other things, but music is not something that's put on the indicators at all. But as I began to talk to some people, this conversation came up because one of a music teacher in my district was working on their doctorate degree and called me up and say, hey, I want to focus on special education in music. I said, okay, great. I love to read this when it's done. And so she completed her doctorate last year. I read the entire 200-page document, which I don't want you to all to read. So I asked her, I think this is good. I think it's something we need to bring to the field. And so can you make me a 5-page summary? So I believe she did that. I believe all of you received that in an email. And if you haven't, we'll make sure we get that out. Then I started talking with a few other people, and I found out my neighbor also wrote her master's dissertation on this just last year out of Pitt State University. So there's a lot of talk about this, and I believe KMEA is actually doing some workshops coming up on special ed, teaching students who have exceptionalities and what supports they need. What I highlighted just a couple of things that I went through the abstracts that they provided, and they all recognize that inclusion education is very common. So you have all students with disabilities that come into your room now, and they began to report that they are often not invited to IEPs because it's not on the list, not on the radar. That many times they don't have any para support, and that's something that they have asked for. But I've been in special ed now for years, and I don't even think about that, right? I think about the major things, and yet they're saying we need some of this support because this is a unique environment. It's different than PE, different than arts. And there are a number of things that can be additional triggers in that setting that might not show up in the regular classroom or in the inclusive classroom. So what do we do for these students? They also talked about how there is a lack of training. And I thought back to my days. Of course, we didn't talk about special ed and inclusion much in the 80s. But if I remember, I had strings and woodwinds and brass and percussion, all these other things I had to learn how to teach. Nothing was ever discussed about how to incorporate students with disabilities into your classroom. And she focused it on it. If you read it, this is causing teacher burnout, teacher frustration. There's a divide between the teachers in their rooms. When done correctly, it has some great, awesome effects, because some of these things can carry off over into the other classroom. So I wanted to bring this up and just ask you to look at these quotes that are in there sometime. Take a look at this. And I think there are 3 things that I want us to be mindful of. And one of this is a point that one of them made in another article, is that we actually have to think of music a little differently than we do some of our other specials, because music is its own language. And so there are these ideas of language acquisition. In music, you have to read music, you have to write music, you have to understand and incorporate that. And you have technical things you have to do in music, just like you do in PE or art, but there isn't much specific writing or reading that is done in other specials. But in music, there is, okay? Even trying to figure out treble clef and bass clef and all those things. So there are different parts of the brain being used in music class that are not being done in the specials that have much more of what might look like in teaching math or English. And some of the same scaffolding, specially designed instruction might have to go in there. Now, this again is what I'm looking at this. Okay, these are gaps that people from the field are bringing. This is one of the purposes of SEAC. Where are some gaps? What can we do to make these changes and help out our professionals in the field? So I think there's 3 things as I close real quickly. I won't take my full 15 minutes here. But I think we have to be mindful of that our specials teachers need to be providing input to IEPs as well. A lot of times those teachers are overlooked. They're not invited to the IEPs. They're not asked to give written comments if they can't attend. The other thing I think we need to look at is, do we do any PLC or collaboration between our SPED teachers and some of our specials teachers? Most times we don't. Again, time limits, budget limits. We focus on some of the things that are held accountable. So those are things I think we want to be mindful of. I also think that teachers want to be involved in their building. So this is more of an administrator thing as well. How do we encourage these teachers to give input? There's also, I think, some higher ed implications. I know we have some higher ed people in here. I don't know what the current teaching programs look like in the specific music or PE type things, but do they receive any instruction in developing classwork, universal design for learning, anything like that? My guess is not, according to some of the statistics and research that were provided in these studies, they aren't. In fact, I think about 21% said they had a little bit of something. Most of them said they have nothing. So I know that the KMEA is stepping up, trying to do some workshops on this, but I think it's time for us in the special ed community to also reach out and see what we can do to improve this. I do know that studies show that students who enjoy music and learn music, it affects their whole day and productive outcomes in every area of their life. So this is all I wanted to share. I hope you take a few minutes to read that report. I have a couple other things I'll send to Joyce that she can send out later to you. So if you really are bored and are tired of everything else, you can read about music. So I'll take any questions. I can't answer much, but I think it's a good discussion to have. And I'll be happy to connect you to some of the people that wrote these articles as well. So I'll pause for questions.
Well, Marvin, I don't necessarily have a question, but I did read the summary and I appreciate you bringing this topic up. I think it is easy to overlook because we get so focused on reading, math, and writing. But this is a really great opportunity for some of our students with some significant disabilities to be included and successful in their school day. And I think we do need to continue to advocate and support those music teachers and understanding how to do that. And so I just appreciate you bringing up the topic. And please tell the individual who completed this that her work is valuable and we're glad to have it shared.
And we'll do that. Nothing else? That will be part. Thank you.
Thanks, Marvin. Joyce, do we have Robin on from KDAX?
I do not see her.
Okay, then I think what we'll do is we'll make a short speak to the agenda and we'll move into our break now, 15-minute break. And then if Robin is back, we'll bring her on 10:45. And if she's not, then we'll move into FCPAPR. So to a 15-minute break till 10:45.
Okay.
There's water at the top of the hill. Was there ever sitting around? We still have some all over here. We have and the singers there. Lunch will be provided later and Joyce to get that arranged. Restrooms are right here and they're all put up at the top of the walkway and they're in
Because, I meant to, to love to,
I'm sorry.
You're online.
Got it now. It's on now.
OSEP will start working on the next package. And that will start rolling out probably next spring. And, so we don't know what that is. Some of the rumors with the administration, maybe a de-emphasis.
I was worried about the flight.
Significant personality and anything related to that, but a lot of that is in statute, so it's not that we would stop doing it. This is how they look at things. Okay, so if we go to the next slide. These are all the indicators. We've reviewed those before and they're self-explanatory. See all the breakouts for 3 assessments, 4 is discipline, and then placement, the LRE, 5 and 6 for gen ed and preschool. And then 7 of the preschool outcomes, and those haven't changed. 18 is new, if you recall, from last year. That's general supervision. This indicator is, so 1 through 14 really, or 13. If there's any issues in a district that we review their data that are aligned with these indicators, then they do corrective action plans and come into compliance. 18 is, what other findings has your system made that relate to any of these indicators? So these indicators refer to federal code. So for example, most of the 18 indicators are coming from dispute resolution. So we look through our complaint reports and we're starting to be proactive now. So our investigators will say this relates to the federal code blank. And then that may or may not tie into an indicator. So Anna Miller can go through and complete the spreadsheet, so we're on top of that as the year goes. So OSEP wants to know, what is your system finding outside of these indicators that are related to student outcomes that we've identified here? And then what are you doing? Are they coming into compliance within the year like they're supposed to in their OSEP? We have some, so your credible allegations may or may not show up here. We have a couple of those a year. They may or not be here. Most of this is dispute resolution. Okay, next slide. So not all the data is final. So I've gone through and the baseline year hasn't changed. The targets, we'll talk about indicator 3 in a bit for you to vote on. I think we're talking to you in September. But those don't change until you have a change in methodology or data source, the baseline year or your baseline number. So those don't change. We haven't had any changes. So that second column stays the same. And then what we've indicated, I've told you on that third column, whether we've had slippage or not, whether we've met the target in the second column. So 1 and 2 for graduation and dropout, we continue to meet the targets for there. So again, our graduation rate is staying steady or going up a little bit. Our dropout rate is staying steady or going down a little bit. And we're not having any slippages from year to year. And so it's worsening performance. So for graduation, for example, if the target is 85%, and the year before we were at 84, they look at changes in 1% increments. And anything over a 1% change or anything measured by 10% or more is slippage. So when I talk about slippage, it means we performed worse than the year before by more than 1%. For the most part. So we have no slippage in 1 and 2. 3 is a last minute. We have some preliminary data now, so we're looking at that, but nothing to report to you. 4 is, again, that's finalized in January. We have some preliminary data, but we haven't finalized that yet. And 5, we've met all the targets in 5, and so we have no slippage. You can improve, so if you improve over 1%, that's not slippage, you just do it better. Next slide, please. For indicator 6 for the preschool LRE, we have no slippage, and we met all the targets for indicator 6. And for 7, we did not meet for, there's 7 7 has 3 different components, A and B. So A, B, and C, and then parts 1 and 2. And we did not meet the target for 7A and 7C, but we did for 7B, but we didn't have any selected. So we're just kind of moving along. For parent involvement, 8, this is a December, the next 3, 9 and 10 are significant disproportionality related in representation and by specific disability. Those are your data points, so we don't have those yet. And I'll report to you in January on those. And for child finding indicator 11, we have no slippage. We didn't meet the target. So I have compliance in some of these areas. So compliance indicators is all or nothing. That means for most of them, it's 100%, but if it's a negative compliance indicator, would be 0%. So your disproportionate representation should be lower. If you, in any system, you're not going to get 100% or 0%. So most of these times, you're going to see that we haven't met the target, which OSEP says has to be 100% or 0. What our performance history since I've been here and before, if you remember, we meet requirements in this area, our level of determination from OSEP. So we perform really well on compliance indicators. They start taking points off if you're under 95% of the data. So we haven't lost any points from compliance indicators for the last couple of years. That means that the directors and the districts and the LEAs are performing at a 95% rate. That's how we get all the points. So that's good. I just wanted you to know that. So that's a good thing. For data for last year, the only point we lost was graduation. It's an outcome, but they compare you to all the other states and they divide the country into tertiles. And so our performance is in that second tertile. So it took a point off because we were the top 2. Okay, next slide, please. Indicator 12 and 13, we didn't have any slippage. That's early childhood transition. You heard Kathy and Trisha talk about that earlier, and that's transitioning from C to B, and it's just doing that timely evaluation and referral process. 13 is secondary transition. That's having a post-secondary goal in your IEP. And we didn't have any slippage in there, but these are compliance indicators, so we're never 100% on 12 or 13 either. 14 is post-school outcomes. There's 3 components to that. Are you going to post-secondary school, trade school? Are you competitively employed? And A, B, and C just kind of into that. We do have some slippage in B, which is post-secondary school and competitive employment. And it's not too terribly much. And I'm going to bring the slippage statement back in January. We're working on it now. We think it's really how we look at our data. So it's more of a data collections issue, not necessarily a performance or anything to point to. And 15 and 16 are dispute resolution points. The resolution sessions talk about if there's a due process filed, there has to be a resolution session within a period of time, unless the parties waive it. So it just measures the positive outcomes of that. Historic and mediation is the same. Historically, we don't have a lot of resolution sessions. We don't have a lot of due process, so we don't have a lot of resolution sessions. Our mediations are going up, which is good. I think that's good for districts to do, and we just measure the outcome there. It's so volatile because of the numbers. They're so low that there's probably slippage, but it's just the nature of just the low utilization was the slippage statement last year, and I don't think we increased enough to really ferret out a reason beyond that for this year. We do have that, but that data will be finalized in December. The state systemic improvement plan indicator 17, we didn't meet the target, and we didn't have any slippage there. And then 18 is our general supervision. We'll finalize that data in December. We're looking at it now, trying to find some data, working with the districts that show that. So we'll have that in the mid-quarters. Okay, so that's where we're at as of now. Now, I left this in here. If you remember, for those who've been listening to this year after year, it's for those compliance indicators, this is boilerplate language OSEP puts in. So you see, I've just left the FY 2022. So when you don't hit 100% or zero, they put in here, you didn't hit 100%, you gotta go through and do this, make sure the districts do a decap and review that, and for every individual child that they didn't meet, they have to do an individual corrective action plan, in all of this, and then you have to follow up, make sure that they implemented and everything's good for that child, they received everything, and that they're changing policies as well. And that's all for that QA 2301, is just their updated question from the year 23, and it's just the first question. And then, we have to be specific. So this is usually found in every compliance indicator because we don't meet that. This last year, they didn't put this in. It doesn't mean we don't do that. That's why I left it in here to let you know we do follow up and do all of this. And I triple checked, but I remember thinking when we came out, we didn't have any, and it was odd they didn't put it in. So I suspect that'll come back. And then the other required actions we didn't have any from the 23 submission, but 8 and 14 are surveys. So remember, if you remember, we have representativeness issues that we were addressing as well, but we didn't have any required action from 8 and 14, and we addressed that. So we'll see if that comes back. But that's it. We didn't have, so there were no required actions, but we still have to comply with that. That's the right thing. Okay, any questions on where we're at with the SBP APR annual performance report? Yes.
On the post-school data, how is that information collected? I know it's speak districts, but what type of questions are you asking? Just where they're going, it's based on kids submitting information back or what?
They're interviews that are conducted through a vendor or the district can call themselves. It's a year out. I don't remember the specific questions, but it gets to those outcomes. I don't think it's very long. Andy Ewing leads this, and we have seen a great improvement in our return. And that's because Andy has been working with districts and showing them, for those, I think Lena was on a panel once, that if you do the calls yourself, you can talk to these parents and students as they exit the high school, and they know you're going to follow up with them. If we have data-driven enterprises with this DVE, they do it if the district opts out. That's an 800 number that shows up. Nobody's answering that. So districts that don't opt in have a really low rate, and Andy has disaggregated that by districts to show them that.
And when I was doing your grant for the university, yeah, we had problems with that on multiple occasions.
Yeah, I think the districts that are opting in, when you look at return rates, he's getting a good return rate. And it's not just about getting the information for this, and I should probably do a better job, and I'll try to do it in January, why it's important. These aren't just checking boxes, it's data for the districts to use. And that's what Andy talks to districts about as well. This is data to inform you on how you're doing. You should be making these calls to these young adults a year out. Why aren't you in school working for a trade school? And what can we do, what information can we glean to improve our program? And then, and everything ties together, as we know, with the APR. I'll try to weave all this together in January to tell a story of what districts should be working, and we'll work with the rest of it. I think that's a great question. Anything else? Yes, Bert.
Can you describe the indicator 8 committee?
The indicator 8 committee is led by Josie McClendon for us, who's the indicator lead for indicator 8. Lena is on that, and I am on that, and Autumn's on that. And that is the indicator 8 is parent engagement. And it's a 1-question survey, and I think the question from SEAC was, how can we get more information and kind of increase the rate of response there as well? And then it's kind of the same concept as 14. But then what are we getting from that? And how can we get more information? And I think we Hawaii did that. I brought that back from a conference and Josie looked at that. So what more information can we get? And it's, you know, what are we required to get? I think that's why we got down to the one question. But that's not really informative. And I think it goes back to the same conversation. We're not informing districts with information to help improve system to engage parents. Everybody who's heard me talk knows formal complaints are going up. Our finding rate is staying about the same. So it's really an indication of parents are just more upset. And there's a lot of reasons for that. It's not one or the other, but they're getting to this point. And I was thinking about this actually the other day. This is a great community. If we can get more information from this, work with families together. And how can we work with families to address this and be more proactive instead of them coming to a point that they're so upset that they're just filing a complaint. And most of the time, those findings are insubstantiated. So the districts are doing great work. They just have parents that are not happy for whatever reason, and they're filing complaints. So the committee is meeting, Josie is gathering information, and I think we pulled Leslie in. We'll work with families together as well to get that feedback from the parents. What questions do you want to help inform this? And we'll,
Just to add to that, one of the things we're talking about is how to put it in more parent-friendly language. So the question now is, I think written by an attorney, which no offense to any attorneys in there, but I think it is, you know, if we want feedback from parents, then we need to talk to them in plain language.
I agree. All I heard was I don't get a right questions anymore.
Correct.
That is a SEAC recommendation.
Thank you, Bert and Lena. That's a great point. Any other questions?
So we bring this back in January.
In January, we'll do the whole thing. I'll have the updated data and I will do more of a story so you can see conceptually what this is. These are just data points. We check a box and send to OSA. How can districts use this for their students?
Just one more. So what is the role of SEAC in setting PET scores or benchmarks?
So one of your charges under federal law is to provide input to the state agency. And so we should come back to you, and it's for these questions here is what's the purpose of this and why are you doing what you're doing? And you guys have experience. So your positions are designated by statute and you're here for a reason, and you care about students and their improvement. So your input from your perspective is what we need.
And we will have to set new baseline perhaps and benchmarks next year.
We'll work on it next year. So we'll start talking about it next spring, maybe next summer, because they'll start rolling out the package. And then, so they have to post it and then comments are made. It's an opportunity for us because if they change the methodology or data source, because some of these, when you start looking at the data, so indicator 14, for example, we changed that baseline when there was an opportunity and we changed it. We had a phenomenal response rate. So we were really aggressive in our targets. Our baseline was really high and it was a one-off year and we have not come close to that. We're showing improvements, as you can see. We have a little bit of slip of the, we're not even close. So we have talked over this package about changing that, but we're not going to change the methodology or the data source. So we can't change that. So it looks like, so those are some of the conversations we can have. So we know that this is low, but it was set on a year that was just exceptionally high. So if that stays in, it's an opportunity maybe to reevaluate that. And we need to be aggressive. So we'll bring back, we've changed some baselines and targets in the last couple of years. And so that PowerPoint talks about what we need to look at and be aggressive in our target setting. And explain why. So you know that history and then to like your input as being that's good.
You're actually gonna just stay up there to talk about indicator, 3B and 3D and the proposed partnerships. I've been.
Yeah, I think this is coming back from September. Bert went over everything as to what, so this is as a direct result of the state board changing the cut scores and which affected the perform, where we're at. Wasn't there in September. Do you have questions? Maybe that's somebody.
To give you an update, when the new assessment rolled out, we were required then to have a new baseline because we changed the assessment, which means we changed our method. So we have to come up with for 1 year what our targets will be for the 1 year before this package expires and the new package begins, when you all will be helping us to set those cut scores. In other words, do we go a 0.1 like we talked about at the last meeting for each of these for 1 year? Because what we have found is when you have a new assessment, you really can't be aggressive in trying to say, oh, we're going to have great leaps and bounds and improvement. Because what we found over time is that's not the case. You want to look for gradual improvement. So when I went through this, Carrie had given me all of the scores and we had come up with the 0.1. So we would improve by 0.1 from the baseline here. And so that's what we would then come back and vote on at this meeting. And that way, when we look at that 4th grade, 8th grade in high school, we'll have a 0.1 improvement. So that's basically what we're asking SEAC to approve, and you all were on board with that when we left that meeting, but it was for discussion and this one's for action. So if you need more information, we'll be glad to provide it because we have a whole packet from Carrie on that. But it really is to allow you all to help us to set that 1 year so that then next year we'll bring all of our packages back because then you have to readdress them all. If you looked at his PowerPoint, you would have seen that some of our baselines were set in 05. Some were set in 09 because we haven't changed anything since that time. So that became our baseline and that's where we've been building progress ever since, either to improve on a downward spiral or an upward spiral. So we have to show improvement. And so that's why we had said we would put a 0.1 in there and that way we'll have evidence that we had a higher score or higher target. And then we measure from there.
Yeah, and Bert's right, we just don't have the history. So when I talk about being aggressive, sometimes that 0.1 is aggressive because it's an unknown number. And we're in the last 2 years of this package, so it kind of gets us through the package. You know, there are a lot of rumors floating out when you talk to people in DC about you're not even going to have 18 indicators, you might have 10, these going out, these coming in. So I think next year, when we start this conversation, is an opportunity probably for a lot of baseline conversations and deep data dives, and then looking at aggressive target setting. But for this, it's just, all I'm doing is repeating Bert. We just don't know. So 0.1 is really.
This is Dr. Bergmore. If you would pull up the minutes from our last meeting, that conversation starts on page 8. So you can quickly review what was discussed, including, whoever took the notes, thank you very much that you listened. Thank you. She includes the private data from 2020 and then the actual, all the way to 2020, all the way to like 2 minutes, maybe look at that. Let's do it.
Yeah, we have plenty of. So does everybody have access to those minutes or do we need to pull them up?
She's gonna pull up, yeah, Alicia's gonna grab them.
Or do you want me to email them out? Either way.
You can email them for those that have a computer and you can put it up on the screen.
Okay. Which is the page 13 is the
They start talking as well.
the proposed rate extension. But that's
Yes.
Can you just-
They're legislators.
Oh, yeah, because I can't share.
Anyway, legislators thought they told us. But that's not what they said. They said you can't change your standard. So we never changed the standard, but we had to change the assessment. It's a census every 5 years.
Oh.
I think point one is.
This came in first.
Yeah, I just. And here is the correspondence document from the previous test and this test, but even with that, it's right here. Nothing, this.
Just not showing up there.
Yeah, I can't share on the. I don't know where the person is.
One is participation. One is the actual. One is the gap.
I just on out. I'm on YouTube live. That's why I don't want to mess anything up with that. It's showing up
One is
here.
A is participation, B is the performance, C is.
Because I'm sharing, because I'm sharing.
Yeah, so in an assessment.
And if I take that off, I'm afraid I'll miss.
Yep,
it.
B is measures the assessment proficiency rate for children with IEPs against very low academic standards. And B is the for children with IEPs and all students against grade level.
And proficiency.
Yes.
But yeah, I don't think you.
They should have it in minutes. If they have the calendar invite, the minutes are there.
I'm sharing it on Teams or call on Tristan to get it back on the screen.
Can you come help us? Hey, can you hear me? Yeah, can you come help us? Okay. Okay, thank you.
For the sake of the people that are new to this committee, do you want to explain why we are not changing 3C?
Well, we're not changing.
Because we're changing 3B and 3D, but we're not changing 3C.
Up on the screen. It's sharing it here, but it's not going up on the screen.
Yes, she's gonna send you.
Can she?
And we're having problems getting that.
Sorry, I'm trying to deal with the back end security.
Okay, thank you.
Gmail versus.
Okay.
We got it, there it is.
No.
Can you increase the size of it a little bit for us?
Oh, sure. You got it?
She can do it.
No, go up.
She can do it.
Keep going. Look. There you go. How's that? Mm. Close enough.
So I think, Joyce, what I'd like us to do is actually bring up the proposed targets, so people can see those, and have any questions about those. I think they're on page 16.
16.
This isn't very huge, right?
Yeah. Thank you.
Tell me where.
So, yeah, it says page 16 and 22 at the bottom.
Whatever.
This is of 20. Do I have the right document?
Oh, well.
But this says 16 of 20.
Page 14. There.
Is that the one we want? Is 3D? Okay.
There.
Hi.
Okay, well, so those are our proposed targets. So what we're asking is the FFY 24 was set at, and we're proposing to set the FFY 25 targets, correct? Okay, so that'd be ELA for 4th, 8th, and 10th grade. Any questions about those? All right, let's open the macros. Fourth, 8th, and 10th grade, any questions about them?
This is the efficiency of students with disabilities. That's what you're seeing. Proficiency is level 3 or level 4 on the state assessment.
And then let's look at 3D for ELA. Please.
Yeah. From students with disabilities and from the assessment.
And then now. Any questions about this? Okay, unless there's any other discussion, I would entertain a motion to set the targets as percentage. I would keep it simple.
Marvin Miller, I would make a motion to accept these targets as presented.
This is not to perform. And I'll second it. Any further discussion? All those in favor of setting the targets, so please raise your hand, say aye, take the poll. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you. Thank you,
May I leave?
Brian.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, we're up. Well, Lindsay and I are just gonna stay seated because Brian's covered everything about kiosks. He kind of stole our thunder. So we don't really have much to,
That is, especially for our new people.
the kiosk stakeholder group,
Well,
or what kiosk is.
Kansas Integrated Accountability System.
You want me to describe it or Brian? Get back. You just keep directing him.
Well, we have to remember that we have premium members here. Correct. And we have several of you that don't work with this every day. So this is new language for you. So we want to make sure it's clear.
The Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, IDEA, some will say IDEA, requires states, SEA, State Education Agency, KSDE, to monitor all LEAs. And as we've already discussed, we do that at district level and at the interlocal level. How do we monitor? So it's a general supervision. So it's SPPAPR, it's dispute resolution, it's credible allegations, everything we do to monitor the LEAs and districts. How do we do that? KIOS is the Kansas way we do some of that, and it's Kansas Integrated Accountability System. So Kansas Integrated Accountability System is Kansas's way to say general supervision. So that's our general supervision of everybody for IDEA. There's also Kansas Integrated Accountability System web applications. So we monitor dispute resolution to some extent, but indicators 11, 12, we have the IDEA gifted and IDEA and gifted file review is the monitoring of the cohort. That's all through the KIOS system. So you will hear two things. KIOS is our general supervision system for IDEA. KIOS system is our web application for something. That's the rule. Are there questions about that? I mean, it's just how we implement the general supervision requirements from IDEA.
So as Brian talked about earlier, they have a stakeholder group, which is comprised of representatives from across the state. So the Kansas Association of Special Ed Administrators, we have 8 regions across the state. 2 region reps for each region, and they are members of the KIOS stakeholder group to provide statewide feedback on things like the definition of the LEA and the monitoring and all the things that Brian has talked about today. And so Lindsay and I are also on the KIOS stakeholders group this year because of some of the significant changes Brian did invite some other directors who had been part of KIOS and conversations in the past and have some additional continuity. So it has expanded a little bit beyond just the KC representatives. And so Lindsay and I represent SEAC on that stakeholder group, and everything that Brian said is true. He talked about all of those things. And so we don't really have any content to add. Just wanted to make everybody aware of what it was, and that SEAC does have a voice at the table. And then we're happy to bring things back, but really we just like to put the work on Brian. Woo, ditto. Let Bert talk about the education funding task force before we move into our lunch.
The chef's orders, you know, what lunch is.
I'm gonna go check right now.
Want me to go check or good? Okay.
This is work. So the Education Funding Task Force is a legislative committee that was put together to review how Kansas funds education. In 2027, we will have to either continue the current model for funding education, or we have to come up with a new model of how we'll fund education. And part of that committee's process has been to have voting members, and there are 2 superintendents that are on the task force. State board member, Jim Porter, and then 3 ex officio members, which is Melissa Rooker, who represents the Children's Cabinet, and we have Frank Harwood, who represents KSDE Fiscal, and me. And we were all named in the membership for this committee. And the 3 of us are non-voting members, all the others are voting members.
So we have had, if I brought the notebooks of the materials I've received, they would not fit on this podium, back to back. We get spreadsheets, probably 20, 25 spreadsheets that are legal sized. We have conversations about what different states do to fund education, not just special education. So they've looked at high enrollment weighting, low enrollment weighting, at-risk weighting, bilingual weighting. They've looked at special education. All the weightings have come into conversation about, will we continue those? Or are we going to do more of a block grant where we'll have all the education money in one pot and then we'll let the system decide how to divide it up? So we've looked at census-based weighting. We've looked at weighting by student, which seems to be the model that the legislators were really interested in because they think it'll be simpler that way. Yes, ma'am.
What state took that on a while ago? Is it Iowa?
We've had several states. Iowa was one. There have been several other states that they've gone to. Oklahoma, we love their education system. They've gone to Louisiana, Mississippi, and one of the questions that the superintendent asked is, why haven't we looked at any of those high performing states? Well, the reason we don't is because they fund education at a much higher level than we do. So the whole idea was not to reduce the cost. That's what they said. But they're looking at a reasonable model, and they're also, especially one legislator wants to tie everything to outcomes. So no improvement in outcomes, no additional money. An example, we have an at-risk plan right now that will unroll in the next 2 years. And that at-risk funding model says that by a certain year, if you cannot show that your at-risk students have improved, then you'll get less money. So they're putting a carrot to it. But the reason I wanted to speak about it is because special education funding is critical. And our personnel model, I tried to explain to them, I didn't get many opportunities to speak because Frank sat next to me and he was always speaking before I could get my hand up. But one of the issues is we still have to collect personnel data. Whether we do a categorical aid model of reimbursing on personnel or not, I still have to report that annually to the federal government. How many of your teachers in each of the categories of disability do you have? Because that's how we report it. And it's totals. How many related service folk do you have? How many non-public equivalent contracts do you have? All this gets reported. So even if we don't fund at the personnel level, we still have to collect that data. So it's not going to relieve systems of that obligation. At the last meeting we had, the chair was gone and the vice chair took over. And when someone asked, what is the outcome of this committee? She said, well, we just file a report with the legislature. That was very disappointing. There were no votes to be had. They didn't want to vote on it. Of course, it was a political opportunity in a year that they didn't want to seem like they were not wanting to fund education. But the whole thing you all need to be aware of is something is going to happen. And it needs to happen this legislative session because, as Dr. Harwood pointed out, we cannot have, look at my technology today. Have you all been impressed? This is what I live with every day. I don't know, that system right there that I have, just had Adobe put on it again this morning. It had Google put on it yesterday. It fried on me about 3 weeks ago. They gave me a loaner that got the blue frowny face on it. All of a sudden our Zoom accounts disappear all at once. Teams is disgraceful, but guess what? We get to use Teams for our meetings. And they set up our room 509. The reason we're here is because it was set up with Teams by the land and office building. And none of our staff were involved in that process. So there are very few people that know how to work it. So we came down here because we thought it would be easier. So as far as the funding task force, so back to my main topic, there's going to be something voted on. And you all need to be listening very carefully because something will probably change. And it's gonna change all at once. It's like dyslexia, how it got added into the bill. They debate, and then they drop the bills. Then they come back to the funding bill at the end of the session and they stick 28 items in. It's okay. I agree with you completely with that. So I just want you all to know that we're gonna have to be very cautious and careful about how we monitor this, because just like what's happening at the federal level right now, our states do not want to take on the education impact. They're already complaining about federal dollars not flowing, the 40% that was supposed to be here for SPED, which is currently at 13%. And so even losing the 13%, the state, right now, I just saw on the news, there's a tax committee over personal property taxes being too high in Kansas. And so they're going to try to reduce taxes. Well, when you don't have the tax funds, we know what happened between 2008 and 2020 when we didn't have any new money. And we have to provide special education services. That is not an option. Well, it's both state and federal law. So I just want to make you aware that I'll be bringing back to you. They did vote to have one more meeting, and that's to hire an outside agency to come in and look at our funding system for schools. Maybe that, I mean, last time they did that, we ended up being recommended to have about twice the money we were getting. So it may not be all bad. But I will bring back to you in January if I hear anything, because if they don't do anything this session, there's no way we can implement by July 1st of 2027 any new funding model that will be successful in school districts, because it takes that long to rework all of their systems, because all of their systems will have to be set up for the new funding. So I don't want to go on and on about it, but I could. I sat there for all those meetings, very uncomfortable, and that was the seat. The conversation was always interesting, but they're open meetings. If we ever get back together again, feel free, if you want to have a full day, to sit there and bring a pillow. You do not want to sit in those oak chairs all day. They were put there for a purpose, and that's so nobody would want to come. Because anytime I've sat in them, I've left with spurs, I think, on my rear end. Yes, ma'am.
I always have an alternate seat.
Yes, I saw that, but you were back. But that's the only thing. Any questions anybody has, I'd be glad to answer what I can. But I'm staying very closely attuned to what's going on, and I will let you know what I hear, because we may never meet again. But something's going to happen in this legislative session. I just know it. Yes, ma'am.
You mentioned that an at-risk plan for some changes, and if you can talk about that, and I just wondered if it was in part related to the preschool at risk, or just a totally different plan.
School-based, K-12.
Okay, I was wondering.
Is what Frank has talked about. And it's how we identify students as being eligible for at-risk funds. And there are a variety of ways to do that, even though the money was based upon free lunches. So the money for at-risk for each agency is based on the number of free lunches you had in a formula they put together for those systems that had a limited amount of free lunch. So that funding will have to be established, and then the evidence-based practices that you have to implement. And more importantly, you have to show improved outcomes on the part of your students. And that was a legislative bill that was voted on and passed. So this isn't optional for systems. And it's going to require more work, more monitoring, and ensuring that those students that are at risk are making adequate progress. And if you don't, then you don't get the funding. You'll get funding, but when they add any funding to the at-risk, you won't get the added funding.
Targeted early childhood, and I know that we have the outcomes guys are great, so I didn't know that's good.
Yeah, early childhood, we have 2 members of the Education Funding Task Force that do not believe that any early childhood program should be run by school districts. The one openly thanked all the parents out there in the world who were at home with their children because that was the best learning environment for their children. And when we tried to bring up early childhood, we got snapped at. And we were also told this is not to talk about early childhood funding. This is for K-12 funding only. And there was a legislator that tried to bring it up and she basically got shut down. Some people are extremely rude. I bet you don't know that about some people, but, and they're very open about it. They don't care if the world sees it. Any other questions? Just trying to see if we.
Lunch is ready.
Okay, see, I talked long enough. Lunch is ready. I got my message across and now it's up to you, Chair.
Yeah, so we have the new at the top of the ramp. And there's some broccoli and peas there, chili and a vegetable medley, and we'll eat up there. So if you want pop, they're in the cooler, take it with you, but we will come back at 12:45 because that's when Shane's supposed to be here. So a little bit of extra time for lunch, but please enjoy your lunch. Right round. So, Kate, I'll turn it over to you. Thank you.
So good afternoon, everyone. Shane Carter, Director of Teacher Licensure. First and foremost, thank you very much for having me here. I appreciate the opportunity to come here and provide you a quick licensure update. Before I get into that, I would also like to thank you all for the work that you do all the time. Like I feel our groups that we work with, if it wasn't for volunteers such as yourself, we wouldn't be able to get any work done. So thank you for taking time out of your busy schedules and supporting this committee. So thank you. And with anything, I was telling Ms. Haas earlier that I usually just talk about three things. So If these three things that I'm going to talk about are not what you want to talk about, at the end, please, any questions you would like to ask, feel free. Any conversations you want to have, I'm open to that. But first, just about everything I do, I try to have a recruitment retention aspect to that. So I want to cover some changes that we've had as far as different licensing options and different programs we're running and what we're geared towards getting teachers and specifically special education teachers into the classroom. First, we're going to start with our non-traditional routes. Sorry if this is a review for many of you, but I'll cover those. And Joyce, I'll try to do a little point or something, if that'll work.
Yeah.
But a couple different license options that we have within licensure. Limited residency licenses, how many are familiar with that particular license? Okay, a few of you. So this license usually, it's set up for individuals that have a bachelor's degree and maybe working in a school district, have served as a para or a substitute teacher, and they're looking to transition into special education. A couple of things have worked over the last few years. One, we used to require a year of experience as either a para or the emergency or substitute before allowing folks into the high incidence program. We no longer require that. So if you co-op is looking to hire someone, they have that bachelor's degree, and that co-op or that district believes that they have potential to become a very good teacher for the organization, they can hire them to work and get them enrolled in this limited residency license program, which will prepare these individuals as they work with the goal of having a fully licensed when they complete the program. There's two options. There's the high incidence and the low incidence. Low incidence is relatively new, but I talked about the year of experience no longer being required for the high incidence. A year of experience as a para or a substitute teacher is required for the low incidence. So that person will have to have that experience in your organization or allow things into that program. And I think I had a question.
Yeah, why would that, would be expired and no longer require this to be high incidence?
Yeah, so it turned out that after kind of looking at the situation that high incidence folks were in, they were already serving as that emergency teacher. So they were already serving the role of the teacher of record. So we thought, if they're going to do that for a full year, let's go ahead and give them that opportunity to get trained. And the feedback was we're back in there, so wait that full late year, but if you got on top of support from high training. Go ahead again. Yeah, I told you, you're gonna have a lot of clicks in here. So another program that we have through Wichita State is the teacher apprenticeship license, TAP. I try not to say apprenticeship license on there, we just call it TAP because of another program I'm going to talk to you about in a moment. But this program is geared towards individuals that have, may have a bachelor's degree or they may not. But it's set up to allow them to train to be an elementary teacher, and then in special education will allow them to qualify for a grade 3 early childhood unified endorsement. So that early childhood endorsement allows an individual to provide support services, low incidence or high incidence, and particular content to birth through grade 3. Okay. And as far as experience options, there's really anything tied to that. However, before Wichita State would allow an individual to apply or qualify for this license, there's the requirements that are built into the program that have to be completed before they can qualify for the license. So there's a lot of addition. It's going to take time for them to qualify for that license. When they're able to serve that teacher of record on it. Next slide, please. Another program is the Registered Teacher Apprenticeship Program. We're about year 2 of this program. And the bottom line, how many people have heard of an apprenticeship program? We've got a couple. I know there's a lot of co-ops and schools of lines participating in it. It's another program that's here to kind of remove that barrier of cost of education to get people enrolled and transition into the classroom. So we're removing that barrier for higher education costs. One, there's funding that's provided for pay for tuition, but 2, it embraces a learn as you earn model. So each one of these individuals will be employed in the district or co-op as a apprentice while they're serving on this program. There's a minimum wage that's required for this, which is $14 an hour. Districts or co-ops can pay more, but in order to participate, they have to pay at least $14 an hour. We'll head on the next slide. So it is a competency-based program. As individuals go through the program, they have to show progress and complete the competencies and show improvement of reaching a proficient level on those competencies. And as they go through the program, there are pay raises that are associated with that competency as well. So bottom line, there has to be some type of progressive wage, and typically, individuals, when they start the program at $14 an hour, that we would expect by the time they finish, they would be somewhere in the neighborhood of $16.50 an hour. And once again, districts, co-ops can choose to pay what they want to pay, but the minimums have to be, and they have to have a progressive wage scale to participate in the program. As far as this program, it hasn't changed any requirements to become a teacher. You still have to complete a teacher preparation program. You still have to hold a bachelor's degree, complete a bachelor's degree. And in an apprenticeship program, we call this related technical instruction. So as this person is working, they are enrolled in a program to transition to become a teacher of record once they're through the apprenticeship program. Now, we have been limited for special education of what we can offer. The Wichita State program for the grade 3 unified is one option. We've also partnered with Western Governors University. We offer a high incidence program, direct entry, and most recently, Florida State has created their, as we call it, integrated bachelor's degree program for high incidence and low incidence. Both, which I'm very excited about that. But those programs are tied into our registered teacher apprenticeship program. So this is districts and co-ops that need the ability to identify talent and find a way to transition, a mechanism to transition folks into becoming that fully licensed special education teacher. Next slide. Also, two other components of the program. It does require the individual to be assigned to a mentor teacher or mentor teachers. It doesn't necessarily have to be one, but someone that is able to as needed every day as they're making progress on the competencies. And then finally, an individual, when they finish this program, has to receive a nationally recognized certificate or credential. In that case, the Kansas teaching license is that credential. Next slide. So for this school year, we just had our spring 2026 window closed. So we received some new applications for the benefit statement program. Right now, I'll cover this in a minute. Go ahead and hit the next slide. So we're going to take a three-pronged option, if you will, to our registered teacher apprenticeship program. We have our current program that's been operating for about 2 years, and that's geared towards individuals that don't have a bachelor's degree that the district has found promise in. They'll make a good teacher and they want to transition in the classroom. So when I talk about the traditional registered teacher apprenticeship program, this is the program we're talking about. So we roughly have about 350 individuals that are participating in this program right now. Can you go ahead and hit the next one? Ongoing. We're offering 2 pilots this year as well. The first is a youth apprenticeship program. So in an effort to align some of our structures and find a way to identify talent in high schools, specifically through the CPE teaching and training pathway programs. The district has students that are enrolled in those programs, and we want to provide them an option to transition to become a full-time teacher as well. And this program allows us to pay for tuition once again for these students through our apprenticeship to educator funds, which the legislature approved a couple of years ago. And it's also a competency-based program that will transition into our adult model. So when you think about transitioning someone, possibly a district that's identified someone that has an interest in becoming a teacher, that freshman or sophomore year, they continue to nurture that interest and provide supports, get them enrolled in this program. There's an option They'll be working as part-time as an employee of the school district as they continue to complete their CTE pathway and most likely do credit courses. That way, when they finish their senior year, they'll already have quite a few college credits completed towards a teacher preparation program. And then we transition them into the adult model and we finish up their bachelor's degree in college credits to become that fully licensed teacher. Slide. Next one. Next one. And finally, our third area. This is probably going to be the most important for many of our special education organizations through the districts of flip-flops. And that is a transition to teaching, if you will. So the RTAP here with individuals that already have that bachelor's degree that are looking to transition to become teachers. So someone is on that limited residency license for high incidence. Right now, there's not really funding that we as the state can provide for them to transition into that role. With opening up our registered teacher apprenticeship program, including these individuals as a population to participate, you can at least take advantage of the apprenticeship to educator funding and apply that to help offset some of their costs for tuition. And right now, it's not a huge amount, but every little bit helps. It's $2,750 that it could be eligible for each year at the one through the program. Okay, I'll go back one. Any questions on that?
How do they apply for them? This is Dr. Sorry. How do you apply for the funding for that bachelor degree transition?
Yeah, so right now we're in the pilot, so we haven't, with both the youth apprenticeship and adult. So we're looking to finalize the pilot this semester and then open statewide over the summer for the fall semester. So there will be a lot more messaging and a lot more information coming out from the licensure team. We're just trying to work through our processes a little cleaner. It's parts of it have been a little difficult over the semester. So we'll get that finalized, but expect that this will be open by fall of 2026. Yes, sir.
And Shane, do you have a limit and how many can apply?
Yeah, so at the moment, we do have a finite amount of money, but we haven't approached that number, even close, but I would say eventually if we were paying out for everyone, and we could basically afford about 650 practices at any given time. And another comment, our application window for spring and for fall of 2026 will be open. So those applications will be due by June 1st of 2026 if a district will go up and participate in this program.
Is that any university?
No, only universities or community colleges that have signed on to participate in the program. It's most of our region universities, but not all of them. And almost all of our community colleges are participating. So Fort Hays State, Victoria State, Bay State, and Pitt State is looking to join pretty soon as well. And then we have private universities that are participating as well, St. Mary's, Ottawa, are the two big ones. And I can get you that whole list stuff, but I used to have it memorized, but I forget stuff every day. I'm getting old. We're getting older. And I'm really struggling with that. Any other questions? Oh. Okay. Okay. Go ahead to the next one. Go ahead and go all the way down. I'll tell you when to stop if you don't mind. Okay, you can stop there. Thank you. And I just wanted to, put out, we are still accepting waivers, the last secret team, and we'll continue to do so through March of next year. So if you are co-op district and you're confused if you're going to be allowed to submit waivers after November 1st, you can indeed do that, especially after you go through this hiring cycle for spring of 2026. But just remember, if you are utilizing a substitute teacher of any sort and they're exceeding that number of days listed on their license, you need to submit a waiver for that individual. And the modified emergency substitute, which is the Greenbush training modules, qualify that individual for that license. They're not eligible for a waiver. So if you submit one, I will disapprove it for those individuals. Next slide. All right, the good thing about the time this, I like November, December, is a lot of organizations are going to be switching to how they're going to hire folks for that spring semester. So just a quick reminder things have changed as far as out-of-state licensure in Kansas. Many people or conversations I had, they felt like we didn't license anybody that was coming from out of state. Not true, we always have. It's just some of our requirements and documentation that we need is a little different now. So first and foremost, when we talk about out-of-state licensure, the statute, if you would, what's the statute 483406, which went into effect July of 2021. Bottom line, it states if an individual holds that valid out-of-state license, a standard license, and they've had experience within the last year, then we have to issue that license. We have to issue the equivalent Kansas license to that individual. So that has changed some of the processes that we had to do specifically with special education. So we don't necessarily have to break down into how that person became licensed for special education out of state. If it's on their license, they have experience, then we're required to issue that license. And then the next, and this is so statute 483406 applies to school specialists, it applies to administrators, and applies to teachers. The next piece I'm talking about, the teacher mobility compact, it only impacts teachers. So, and bottom line is if an individual is coming from a state that is a member organization of the teacher mobility compact, then all they have to do is provide us that bachelor's degree transcript or higher, have that valid unencumbered license, which unencumbered is basically a standard license is what we call it in Kansas. So think of your professional initial teaching license accomplished. One of those was not some additional requirement that individual has to meet to become fully licensed. It's the unencumbered license. And qualify for license. And this applies to special education. If you go ahead and hit the next slide. So the states in blue are those that are members of teacher mobility compact. When you start looking around border states for Kansas, we have Oklahoma, Colorado, and Nebraska that are all participating in this program. Oklahoma's rules for special education licensure are different than Kansas's, as is Colorado's and as is Nebraska. The bottom line is if an educator is coming from any three of those states, they have that special education endorsement, then the expectation is they're going to qualify for that in Kansas. We'll go ahead and touch on a couple of other border states because a lot of organizations like to refer to Missouri and Iowa. So a couple of things I know about Missouri and Iowa, especially for new program proposers. For Missouri, they allow special education to be added by testing. And if they don't have experience and they try to apply for a Kansas license and they don't meet the statute, then there's going to be additional work that they'll have to do to go through in order to qualify for a special education license. So just be very cognizant of if you're interviewing individuals from Missouri to be aware of how they completed and earned that endorsement in Missouri. Also for Iowa, Iowa's legislature removed testing as a requirement for licensure 2 years ago. So there's not content testing, nor is there any type of pedagogy testing that's required to qualify for a license. So if someone just completed a program in Missouri and they didn't have experience, they're coming to Kansas, at a minimum, they would have to take a test in order to qualify for a Kansas license, unless they have that experience. So just a couple of things to keep in mind, but first that you may encounter when trying to recruit these areas. Yes, sir.
I'm Shane Marvin Miller, so let me clarify that. So if you have 1 year or 2 years of experience, but you got into this Iowa, Missouri with no tests or tests or whatever, with that 2 years of experience or 1 year of experience, that would count. Does that be 1 or 2?
It has to be at least in the last year.
In the last.
Some of the you know.
So that could be 1 semester.
Potentially, yes. You can get credit for that full school. Next slide. Oh, hold on. The green one? Yeah. Oh, sorry. I'll touch on the green one. So those were states that are identified as pushing some type of legislation to join the compact. We don't have our compact meeting until June, and that's when if a state decided to approve that legislation. Come June, we'll have our biannual meeting, and then we will allow them to compact at that point. So potentially we could have New Mexico, Virginia, Indiana, the North New England states. I think there's Delaware in there. No, Delaware is already there. Rhode Island is that there? Maryland. All right, my northeastern geography is lacking today. But anyway, anybody in green, if they do pass that legislation, over summer, we would open compact. And since Kansas was one of the first 10 states to join the compact, we have a spot on the commission that reviews applications to pass. Yes, ma'am.
Where are things at with the school site stability?
Yeah, so I should have touched on that too. Yeah, so that's, I was actually contacted last week by kind of the person in charge of that compact. So we're going to have a meeting coming up. I don't have the exact date on. I haven't gone through everything, but for school sites, I just want you to know in Kansas.
See, site or site?
School psychologist. So a school psychologist compact. We're in the compact, but school psychologist licensing has never been an issue for Kansas. If someone completed a program, then they've completed testing, have the degree, we're always going to honor that. As a matter of fact, we've made accommodations for other states such as Nebraska. We require a supervised internship. That's kind of at the back end of our program to qualify for a full professional license. The Nebraska, they do it slightly different. That's all part of the front end for them. So if someone's coming from Nebraska, we would go ahead and issue them a professional license versus force them to go into become an initial licensed school psychologist because they've already met all the requirements. So we've done accommodations for school psychologists for years, and I don't expect any impact from the school psychologist compact. I'm going with the compact because, you know, we were already licensed before. But we are a member. Next slide. Just a couple of quick reminders, when go all the way down to the bottom. Just want to let individuals know that our licensed personnel reporting spring vacancy reports are going to be due on around March. This data is very important, especially with vacancies, so that we can highlight, you know, where our problem areas are, and we can work to find ways and avenues to address those vacancies. So just a reminder that please complete those reports as accurately as possible. And unfortunately for mentoring, the legislature is not funding mentoring, so we're no longer applying the mentor report to be submitted to your organization that's required to see that. Slide. Just wanted to give everybody a quick update on SIL and literacy because it does impact many of our special education teachers at the elementary level. And within that second column, for elementary teacher, those numbers do include sped. So currently, we're setting, well, also the child as well, but the special education including, but right now we're setting about 32% of teachers that were reported last year have earned disability literacy. And I mentioned the number of tests or number of SILs that have been added thus far. The number's a little greater than this because it's about 2 weeks old. So we're probably setting around 84, 8,500. So people are completing the training. We are adding these abilities that are out there. It's kind of a breakdown. We're working at still have work to do. Many educators are doing what they need to do in order to get their training accomplished for structured literacy. Next slide. And for district or co-op, just some resources if you're confused about requirements of the science of reading. You can either access our webpage, the teacher licensure webpage to get more information, and you can also utilize the licensed personnel guide to identify those positions that the training is required. Next slide. I would also like to encourage you all to participate in the youth summit that'll take place in Victoria State on June 29th and 30th. And it's all geared towards recruitment and retention. And between Western Kansas and special education, those are the two areas that I will always bring up when we talk about recruitment and retention, because most of our vacancies are in Western Kansas, and special education is our biggest area of need as far as teacher vacancies. So it will value the conversation and any ideas you have to share at this conference. So, and I know it says questions. I only have one more thing, and then I'll be quiet, and then you can kick me out of here. I've probably gone over my time, but there are a couple of working groups that we have established. One of which is a special education recruitment and retention working group, and it's kind of focused on 3 things right now. Avenues, since we have programs for visually impaired endorsements and then hard of hearing. One is to get entice, find a way to get routes in Kansas that individuals can earn those competent areas. I'm happy to say that as we're starting this working group, there have been one institution has already submitted standards for a program for visually impaired. So we look to get that to the state board, I think, next month. So that's in progress. So check. One thing is that the major deficiency or challenge we have to getting special education teachers in the classroom partially addressed there. Also, for deaf, hard of hearing students, there's still conversation. There are universities that are talking about finding ways to create a program. In addition to that, just looking and taking a step back from a recruitment and retention lens to look at our licensure regulations, policies, and requirements for special education licensure is another piece that people break down into, and then kind of report back to the state board with any recommendations they have to build up, find better ways to recruit and retain special education teachers. And I promise that is all I have. So any questions you may have?
Hey, this is Lindsay Graff, and I just wanted to say that it has been tremendous, the improvements that have been made in trying to get teachers into the classroom. And used to, I would talk to people, whether they were out of state or getting in, and just say, start the process, stay on it, it's grueling, it's, brutal, but just keep, and I don't have to say that. I don't feel like I have to say that anymore. It's happening with greater ease, especially across state lines. And I just appreciate that because it helps us, helps our kids. So thank you for that.
We still have room to improve, so we will continuously work on doing that. So
We've come a long way though, and that's credit to you.
Different for military response because I don't know having involved
as far as,
getting my license.
well, I'll use my one. So we DCS from Germany, South Carolina, Fort Riley, all in a 7-month period. And then she was licensed when we were in Germany. She was licensed through Montana. We get to South Carolina. She had to go through some hoops. We get to Kansas. She ended up having to take additional credit hours and pass another test, another license. So it all varies the state. And then 2 years later, we moved to Mexico, or PCS to New Mexico, and she was going to have to go through the same process of getting more testing. And then we moved back to Kansas a few years later. Her license had expired. So go through some other stuff. So I could say as a military member and having a spouse go through the process, yeah, it was not that friendly.
You know, it's fed early childhood math. Okay, good, yeah. We need all those. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Shane Martin, Oregon. Hey, couple of questions here. The first one, how many teachers do we have licensed versus active? Because I know we have probably a bunch of teachers that are licensed, maybe I don't know if we still have a lifetime licensing.
Yes,
but
most of them, people have probably
passed off. Yeah. But I know that we have some that aren't active. So what are what the numbers are off the top?
Yes, so roughly we'll have about 55,000 educators that hold professional licenses and about 8,000 to 9,000 that hold initial teaching licenses at any time. For a number of teachers that we need or reported as needed in classroom, we're about 33,000. So last year we did take an attempt to get some information from, which ends up being roughly 13,500 teachers that hold a Kansas license that aren't actively teaching. And there's a myriad of reasons, so, retirements, maybe out of state, but we created a survey to reach out to them and ask them what it would take for them to come back to the classroom. We kind of started that work, gave a presentation to our teacher vacancy supply committee in October and then to our professional standards board last Friday, and professional standards board announced the license for teachers to dig into that. We're still creating another round of surveys for that, but we are looking at that population with roughly about 13,500 that are licensed but not teaching.
Thank you. Surprised you had that up. Appreciate that. A follow-up question. This is the question I might have asked a year ago when I heard it. It involves steel literacy and retired teachers who were renewing their credentials based off years of experience or graduate degrees, now having to get a seal of literacy, even if they aren't teaching as much, but maybe they're subbing. I think we talked at that time they would have to get a sub license and that
You know,
So things may have changed.
so if they are retired, and we'll have, as long as they provide us some documentation, whenever they apply for the license, that they are retired, then the facility letter states that want to apply. You know, more than welcome if they do complete that training. If they're still currently serving and looking to retire in a few years, I would advise them to do that. You know, I'm still giving that to the license, but if they do retire, we have verification of retirement, then it's still going to receive the next time. It's not over.
Yeah, no, I would encourage any teacher to do it, still teaching to do it. I think these were teachers who retired 5 years ago. Who didn't want to lose their license and go to a sub license. Yeah, that they have a grandmother client.
Yeah, so we'll get that sufficient documentation of retirement. And we would not look at that population at that point. But to verify this.
Thank you.
Anything else for you? Thank you. We appreciate you.
Thank you for your time, and I wish you all a happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next on the agenda is Julie Ewing with cut scores graduation rates of brick and mortar versus virtual.
A microphone if you want to use it.
I think I'll be okay.
Okay.
If I need the microphone, let me know. I'm really loud. You okay? Okay. Good afternoon. I am Julie Ewing. I am the Assistant Director on the Career Standards and Assessment Services team. And I work with assessments. I also work with graduation, the dropout report. I work with virtual schools and some other things. So today I would just like to visit with you a little bit about graduation because that just finished up and is finalized. Before I do that though, I would like to talk a little bit about assessments. And we have been working very closely with our technical advisory council member, Sarah Letitia. She is from the Center of Assessments, and she is really focused on accommodations and making every test accessible. So we had her come in and visit the school for the blind and the school for the deaf, and just kind of give an idea of how we can make our testing accessible to our students. So we have gotten a lot of good feedback from her. We continue to really want to make all of those assessments accessible. We also found out that although we give a lot of information on our Kansas assessment page to district test coordinators, the teachers that are working with the students that are visually impaired are not getting the information that they need. And we are going to have a webinar, so I'm plugging this. So if you have teachers that are working with students that are visually impaired, that you would share this with them. The webinar is going to be on the TASM site, so if you want to register for that, there's no cost. But it's just a register and then if you can't make it in person, you can person. That's not in person because it's on Zoom, but you know, you can get it for the recording. But Carrie Rogers, who is our specialist on accommodation, to be very closely together. She is wanting to be taking that. So there's my plug for the webinar on December 10th. Slide is. I know Brooke Wells was here in my place at the last meeting and went over some assessment results for the meeting. But I think she said she had some questions about virtual and virtual special ed. And maybe you've had some kind of push for those students that are on IEPs. Oh, well, let's just have them virtual. So this is the reporting for how students are scoring on their state assessments. All of this would be 3 through 8 and 10th grade for ELA and math. So it all put together. I didn't separate them out for grade. But you can see that our special ed students are really, most of them are scoring in that level 1, level 2 category. And then there's not much difference between them, the special ed students that are in virtual schools, but you can see what there's label. mean, it's not a disaster. They're still studying. And then, of course, I like to, in advance, I like to put things in a couple of different formats. So this is the same information, but it's just in a different bar graph. So you can see that there's a large percentage of students in ILA. That is for ELA. The next one is for math. Again, divided that up again. Math is interesting because virtual students on a whole perform better for ELA than they do in math. And again, this is all of the grades together. But our virtual students, whether they're SPED or regular, really have a very large number of them in mobile life. I don't know why that surprised me. Maybe it doesn't surprise you. Most of it's kind of even for other assessments. But virtual students really struggle. And then the next slide is the same information as submitted. Graduation rate was finalized at the end of October. We have a month-long check of making sure all of the students that you have been coded correctly and exited. Maybe you don't get to be part of that fun activity. But this is our graduation rate for all students. It's 90%, 95%, and then I said students at 84.7%. And I separated that out for the males and females on the next slide. And you can see that on female students are graduating. I didn't even put a question thing on there, but I'm open for questions if you have them, or if there was something else that you'd like to see. If you'd like to look at data, so I'm glad to look at it, but I think the next slide is just my contact.
You also have the information as far as the impact of free and reduced lunches and the breakout of especially in comparison to just curious.
I do not. I know Randy, if you watched the commissioner's presentation at the board meeting last week, we had the graduation rate and has all students who introduced female students and SPED students that we don't normally look at those together, but I can do that. I say I can do that. I don't.
I'm just curious. I'm always.
They push the buttons and it all works well. I can do the best here.
I do think you addressed the questions that the council had today. So thank you.
Perfect.
For that. Any other questions for Tina?
Julie Marvin Miller here. I do want to go back to the math, just a question. There's definitely a difference between the virtual and the in-person study.
On math, yes.
On math. ELA was
You go back to
virtually equal. Do we have a plan to look at why that is, or how, I mean, those are significant differences. I'm really curious about that.
Could you go back one more to us? I'm very curious about it too, because I really just, as I was putting together the virtual numbers and putting ELA and math side by side, it's striking, obvious, and I'm not sure why. Someone be looking up on that, program managers and what's going on.
And I think this is a great opportunity to have our new virtual representative. She's looking at me now.
Put me on the spot.
But this is interesting, and I think disaggregating the data back into the different grade levels for this is a question. Could be telling.
I think that's a fantastic. So I would do that as well. I think that will help us. I think visually they're about the same, and when I put that together, I was like, "What? That's very good." So if it's all 10th grade, we'll know, right? Let's bring in that number so I'll do that.
And the non-STEM students, so Lola and math, then I know this shows that the students, the STEM program struggle more with math. Is it that way with the non-STEM students do? Is that similar?
That would be the blue.
Yeah, but that's not all in person, but what about those who are not in person? The virtual students who are not synchronized. They struggle more than.
I don't have that one on this, but I have that at my other side.
So it's across the board, or it's just.
We don't think this is striking all students. Because I just noticed that when I'm doing this presentation to the so I'm just starting to dig a little bit deeper, but I like putting it. If it's very like this, I'm not doing fine. Anything else I should do? I like it.
Thank you. We appreciate you
very much.
Okay, we're gonna move right on ahead with the agenda. So Marvin is going to talk to us a little bit about some bylaw adjustments.
We don't get to look at, I'm Marvin Miller. We don't get to look at bylaws very often. We did a big look at them about 4 or 5 years ago. But we have made some changes here, so we just want to look at this and see if we needed to change anything. Most of you don't bring your bylaws here with you, probably. Some of the new members might have new packets. If you do have the bylaws, they are on page 8. And maybe Joyce, later we could send out.
Yeah, I sent them out prior to the
Okay,
meeting, but
perfect,
if I need to send them again, I will.
Okay. So on page 8 of the bylaws, there's one thing we want to change, and this is a direct result of us changing the leadership meeting that has for years been held in July, has now been moved into the last week of June. And we prefer that to be the very first meeting of SEAC because it's a great opportunity, especially for those who have never been at that conference, to get an idea of the whole scope of what special education leadership is going on in Kansas and give them the chance to see everything going on there. And so since we like that to be the first meeting, now that it's in June, we really need to change our bylaws that say when council members are appointed for, so the terms of office. So on page 8, about halfway down, it says council members are appointed for a term of 3 years beginning July 1st of their first year and ending June 30th of the third year. So our recommendation is that we strike July 1st, change it to June 1st of their first year, ending strike June 30th, and make that May 31st of their third year. Okay, well, I'm looking at maybe it.
Is this bylaws 2022?
The last big.
Revised July 2024. I don't have a hard copy, so I will take one.
If anybody has their SEAC book, they are in the SEAC book.
Oh, you have a different,
Page 6.
On the one that was sent out, I was seeing it on page 7.
yeah, it's page 7 of the one that was sent out. So about the 4th line down of the ones that were sent out. So strike July 1st, make that June 1st, and end May 31st instead of June 30th. So the ones that just came on board This change would mean you would have 1 month left in your term, but you are eligible to continue, so please do so.
Could you again repeat the please? And with what section is this under? Or it's the
It's under consider it's the December includes the following.
It's on page 6 of 22 on my package.
It is under this section council membership.
Perfect this page.
In the packet, it's like a different date, like mine said November 2025, so you know, the parts, this would be my different. Apparently, monthly dates. Well, so we haven't changed things.
Since we haven't updated this for a long time, we should not be consistent.
Yeah.
Okay,
So you said June 1st from July 1 and ending on.
May 31st instead of June 30th. This aligns us so that the very first meeting when we gather together the leadership council, that is the first meeting in the orientation for all new members going into the year. This does not change when we elect or appoint new members or elect the new council president, because the bylaws state that will be the last meeting of the year, which has been April, and with this bylaw change, we continue. So now that we figured out where it is, we can open it up for discussion. And I'll turn it over to the chair.
Are there any questions or clarification needed regarding the proposed change?
A little history for new members. We decided that when we moved our leadership for special ed title services to June, because we have directors come to us at the end of the meeting, like 23, and tell us, if you schedule it during this last week of July next year, half of us won't be there because we're doing our in-services that weekend. So I worked with the TAS in coordination, and they helps us plan meetings. And we found that we could use the same hotel, but the hotel was available the last week of June. Well, that threw a wrench into our issue here, because that meant the last meeting, or I'm sorry, the first meeting would be in June for the next year, which normally started July 1 and ended on June 30th. So Marvin's saying, let's just change it to say that the first meeting of the new SEAC, and you'll have to clarify, it's the SEAC, it's not fiscal year, it's not going to be a calendar year, it's going to be the SEAC year. It will be June 1st, and then it will end on May 31st. That becomes the new SEAC. Does that make sense? All right, I just want to clarify, because this was such a confusing discussion. We need to find the page. So Marvin, what else do you have?
That's all.
Change?
I would recommend a change, and so then any other further discussion, you can.
All right, now I would entertain a motion to make the adjustment to the bylaws. Thank you, Autumn. Have a second? Oh, Jennifer, we'll put you on, Jennifer. Thank you. Okay, I'm gonna share around a little bit. All right, any other discussion? Okay, so we have a motion to amend the bylaws to have it state that the terms will begin June 1 through May 31st. All those in favor say aye, raise your hand, or vote yes on the poll. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you, Marvin, for leading that. Okay, we are ready for our ex officio member reports. Families together. Yes.
Hi there, Rose has to do that, they can share it up here. Hi, everyone. I'm actually going to turn it over to my teammate, Brian. So typically when I come to the meetings, I give you guys a quarterly report. And so this November kind of falls in a weird spot. And so I thought it'd be kind of nice to do something different. So I asked Brian, who is my great teammate here. He works on our education advocate program. So I know Marvin, you interacted with Brian. And Brian, I want you to meet Brian. Anyway, he's done a great job on our education advocate program. He also helps me a lot with all the reporting that I do for OSEP and different folks. And so I just asked him to put together something to look at the past year. We just started on October 1st, our 40th year as the Kansas PTI. I'm so excited about that. So he actually looked at this last federal fiscal year. So he looked at October 1, 24 through September and kind of all of families together, not just the parent center. So if we can hopefully get that up, it's supposed to. When I saw that, when I walked into the office, he walked into the office. I guess I was at first. I was like, hey, we just connected, right? All right, I'm just going to turn it over to Brian because I know he'll do a great job.
I didn't realize it was horizontal. I would have made it horizontal. Mine's vertical, so sorry about that. So this is just a quick rundown of some of our numbers. This is the last year. We helped 1,275 new families this last year, serving 2,414 totaling, with a little over 7,500 individual consultations covering 95% of Kansas. So that's a breakdown of some of the calls and letters and demographics for the families we helped. Some of the ages that we helped as well. Going down, I'm not sure you're going to read all of the stats out, every single one. I can. Okay, we had 184 events with a little over 1,100 family members and almost 500 professionals. So that's looking good. So we usually do a big list of content when we do this report. And I felt like it'd be cool to do like a visual representation of everything we do when we help someone, to show how big some things are, how small comparatively things are. So I don't know if you can kind of fit the big tree graph. But this is some of the stuff we talk about when we talk with families and help them out and assist them. They're kind of represented by the genre of the call, the colors. So we have school-related, family assistance, and general info just on what we're helping them with. So you can see that family support is by far our biggest call, followed by IEP and then Chase. Those are just our big general calls that we talk to people about, followed by some of our smaller, maybe not as often called, but still some of our largest content items. If you scroll down just a little bit more, you'll see just some of the actual numbers, just so you can see what we're looking at there. So like I said, almost 2,700 family support calls over the last year, and just a little over 2,000 IEP calls. Below that is our education advocate program, helping 1,100 total appointments and cancellations for the last year. 94 of those being early childhood, so that's children between 0 and 5, really, but we don't start till 3. So, but yeah, 0 and 5. That's 94 right there. So how does that compare to our years before that? You want to scroll down just a little bit. Okay, that's not much of a comparison, but that's, oh yes, sorry. This is just our overall consultations, showing our spread and our growth. So in 2020, we hit just a little over 2,000 individual consultations, and we've really, just over the last 5 years, shot up almost 350% increase in the last 5 years, just in individual consultations. So this is the breakdown of what we're categorizing our calls as. So we have, the typical parent assistances, our student assistances, our professional developments, and just the rating of those and how intense those calls are. You can really see that our tier 2 calls really, I don't have the exact number, but it looks like it's a grouping size. So, and then below that, we have our events on the left and our counties on the right. So in our events, it's up. Our events held is up 172% in 2020. And we reached 100 counties last year, which is up from 82. So we're reaching more counties and having a bigger outreach the last few years. So how are we looking now starting this year? So we are way ahead of the last 4 years, but last year we were off to a really good start as well. So we're almost tied with that. As you can see, We're projected right now for a little over 9,000 individual consultations across the state of Kansas. It's only counting the first 6 weeks. Like I said, we started on October, so there's not a whole lot there, but yeah, we're looking good. We're off to a good start this year. And then some of our highlights, just looking forward to, we're really increasing our outreach in the rural counties. We're sitting down with people and showing where we can reach and what we're not reaching. We're adding new grants like the PEP grant. We just got a new database called Neon. That's what we're making reports with. That's where we log everything. That's where we keep track of everything. We just started that last May, and it's really improved a lot of our work in keeping track of everything. Our ETM grant is statewide. We have a lot of youth and young adult initiatives that are continuing to grow with Chase, and also just overall organizational growth. We've added a lot of new people. Everything's going good there. And like Leslie said, we are kicking off our 40th year as Kansas City CPI. So yeah. Any questions? I don't have a question screen either, sorry.
What's PTI?
The Parent Training and Information Center of Kansas. Sorry. Every effort.
Yeah, that goes on the CI.
We have 5, maybe 6 pages down of acronyms that George would be glad to share with.
Maybe a little lost.
And we'll be glad to somehow.
Right.
Any other questions? Okay, I'll see you.
Thank you.
All right, do you have access to Stacy online?
Ashley, are you online? I do not see her. No.
So we are ready to think of conference planning, and taking award nominations for special ed director of the year, special ed, provider of the year, and scholars. I think that's it. Yeah, thank you. So we're gonna keep on going. All right, disability rights center. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
And then, yes, is it just directly people making nominations, some Casey members, or?
The nomination is still from the Casey member. So we have a little over 220 members, and so even if you just go someone that you want to get something on your behalf. I'll have to see how it would look done. It's coming in. Yeah, for sure. Any other questions that I'll look at tonight? Okay. Disability rights.
Howdy, everyone.
Would you take a moment to highlight some of the vendors that you've invited to the KC conference?
I can.
I think the council would be interested.
Maybe. Let me see if I know that information. So one of the things that we are doing this year, last year was the first year, and I guess I should preface this by saying I am the past president, so I'm like one step removed from KC now. So I don't always have the most current information, but last year we had some student groups come, that they sold some t-shirts and some other things. And so this year we're really pushing to try to get to more student groups. Through a lot of the high school programs, CTE, 18 to 21 programs, things like that. So we're trying to get several of those. We typically have a variety of vendors that represent a lot of the work we do in special ed. Get quite a few that we contract with that provide, personnel for us, Presence Learning, Lumen Touch, Brain Bush, Met Kids, school specialties. Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen a list yet. I don't know that we have confirmed vendors. Carrie, did you have any particular vendors?
Oh, no, it was actually the student part.
The student part, you got, yeah. Yeah, and so we're trying to expand the student part this year. And then we're trying to do a t-shirt design contest. I haven't heard how well that's going, to have the 8 regions across the state each submit a design for a creative t-shirt that is rated G. So we haven't seen any progress on that, but that's another thing, trying next year. And if we found the t-shirt, then we were going to have one of the student birds made. This was the so anyway, but yeah, thanks for following that up. Okay, any other questions for Casey? Okay, now we'll move on to disability rights.
Are you sure? Well, hey, everyone, just not a ton of new things to update you on since the last meeting, but just still doing a lot of work around the community support waiver, trying to help KDADs with that and get that up and running. I think the most recent update that I'd heard is we're probably going to be about 6 months delayed in kicking that off. I know previously they were hoping to get it done, during the fourth quarter of this fiscal year, and I think it's definitely going to be probably about 6 months after that. So probably sometime maybe, and I can't remember, don't hold me to this, but I think they're looking at now kind of first or second quarter of the following fiscal year to try and get that. They're still kind of finalizing all of the written submission, and then have to go through all the negotiation with both CMS, and then after the legislation this last year, it now has to have legislative approval on top of that, which is no minor hurdle either. So still moving that forward, which that I think will be a big piece of kind of the overall plan to help eliminate the wait. We're still doing a lot of work around that, kind of updating the numbers. The waiting list has kind of trickled up just a little bit. I think we're now back up to 4,600, just over that. But I think, that will be a big piece, and doing some additional work to try and get that down, because I think all kinds of systems and transition will just work so much better if there's not, an 8-year waiting list. Also doing a lot of work around supported decision making, and that has kind of been over at the Judicial Council right now, but should be back at the legislature. They've been reviewing a proposed bill that was from a couple sessions ago, and made some really nice refinements to that. And so we're looking forward to kind of bringing that back to the legislative sphere this next session. But those are probably the two biggest things that have taken up a lot of time here lately, and I think that are related to the work that you all do as well. But any questions from anybody? All right, well, it sounds like I'm getting off easy then.
Thank you. All
All
right,
right.
Melanie Moss with the state board.
I'll come up real quick. I promise it'll be real quick. The advantage of going last is by the time I get up there, everybody else has already come in and presented and covered things the state board's already heard about. So the state held event last week, and we did talk about that graduation data. Joyce, I emailed you the bar charts that would be the companion to the slide that we saw earlier. So we'll maybe answer Rebecca's questions. And if you can pull that up, that would be amazing. And if you can't, I can always drop it in the chat. Look at that. Okay, so my sincere apology for cutting off their star on the bottom of the slide.
Oh, no.
This is the data. This is what the commissioner presented to us at the beginning of the board meeting last Wednesday. Our meeting started on Wednesday, not Tuesday as it normally would. So if you want to go back to the November meeting, the commissioner's report is right at the top of the meeting. I'm trying to take in about 20 minutes and fix that off. So this is the data that Julie was showing. And you can see there are kind of some hiccups. This starts in 2016 and goes to 2025. So basically a decade's worth of data. And while there are some dips,
overall, from 2016 to 2025, for students with disabilities, the graduation rate has increased from 77.4% to 84.7%. Rebecca, I think your question was about free and reduced lunch, is that right? And so it goes from 77.8 to 86.3. It's actually really similar. In some of there's a larger dip here in 2019 for students with disabilities. But overall, it was just exciting for the state board to be able to receive this report because we're seeing that graduation rates are climbing steadily and continuing to climb. Our board's goal is 95%. So overall, we're still sitting at 90.5, which is not where we want to be students, but you know, we'll take every incremental improvement we can get. So it was really excellent news for us to hear. Yeah, we'll do Randy's. I will drop that link in the chat. And then Brian Dempsey joined us this last month as well and gave a report in response to a board member request on special education in private schools. So if you want to look that one up, it's very short. He really just touched on the financial piece as well as child find and child count, which I know we're a thing that this group is familiar with. And I want to thank Chair Kussner for joining us the previous month and getting the SEAC update. So that is all I have from the state board. Any questions?
Is there anything really coming up on the agenda for December that some of the members might want to make sure that they really know?
I do not yet have the official agenda for December. If you're alluding to something in particular, I might be able to speak to it, but the agenda would come out at the end of the month. So happy to share it. We could send it out.
We can do that. And also the commissioner search.
I was going to say, we are I think the big thing right now, when I talk to people, everybody wants to know where we are. So Commissioner Watson did offer to stay through the end of June. So the state board met yesterday. We know we had a special executive session and are going through that process of deciding whether and how to hire a search firm and then what that search will look like. And so a lot of that is stuff I can't talk about because it's part of the executive session. But we did come out of that session yesterday and took a vote. So a 9-0 vote yesterday from the state board. 2 items. Number 1 was, will we hire a professional search firm to conduct the search? And yes, we will. Unanimous 9-0 vote. And then we selected, based on a letter identifier, we selected a firm. And so we are going through the procurement process to try to get the firm. Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you. All right, next we'll have John Farthing with the State Schools and Home.
Real quick, just a couple of quick celebrations and a few events. School for the Blind, Kansas City, Kansas. People often get us confused with our sister school, School for the Deaf. We've been here 158 years with respect to Leffley. But we're glad to be here. This photo is of 3 students who competed in a weekend event in Indiana around inventor competition STEM. This is a national competition, not for kids who are blind or even disabled. These are often CAP students, some of the best and brightest. They won the national competition and were awarded $10,000 for their design. If there's a design challenge, they have to meet that challenge by iterating and ideating and coming up with a prototype. So 1 student from Blue Valley, 1 from Topeka, 1 from Derby, representing Kansas very well. So we were happy and proud of those students. So next slide. You know, this is our gym, and sometimes we go from being embarrassed with our facilities at times because we're old and we have old buildings. Our gym is in very bad condition. It was in the mid-70s. And it took us a while, but we now have a beautiful, accessible gym. That's the big thing for our kids. There'll be a perimeter walking system. There's a better lighting, a new stage that's lower. If you've ever been to our school, it used to have a 5-foot stage. There was no way to get wheelchairs up the stage or anybody using a mobility device. So we'll use that. It's going to be a great space for us. We're really proud. We had a lot of supporters come out a couple weeks ago for that. So next slide. I may just have to hit forward on it rather than
Oh.
So we had our vision symposium in Wichita a couple of weeks ago. This is really for vision teachers across the state. It's a one-day event, and we really appreciate districts, co-ops giving their vision teachers a day off to learn about things that are pertinent to them. It's hard to get PD that really meets their needs, so we bring everybody together. We had 175 registrants. We did have representative from KSDE. Lisa Carney was there. We appreciate her presenting. Dr. Watson happened to be in Wichita, so he dropped by as he does. So it was a great day, and we do this every year in the fall. We'll do it again next November. Next slide. We do an advocate at the Capitol Day. A lot of times you'll see people in the rotunda at a table. We don't do that. We make our kids walk around, knock on doors. It's really about thanking the legislators, saying thank you for your support. It's hard to avoid our kids when they're using white canes and making lots of noise, so we enjoy doing that. There's a couple of pre-sessions. We do some education before we go. And we're also partnering with National Federation of the Blind this year, so we'll have some adults there who can teach us about the democratic process and what it means to advocate for their needs. So that's exciting. We have a couple of events that celebrate Braille. So we invite kids from across the state, blind or low vision, whether they know Braille or not. We come and bring them in. 2 events, one in Kansas City at our school, and one in Wichita. Those are in January and February, so everybody is welcome for that. Next slide. We do a CVI conference. This is cerebral vision impairment. This is the largest cause of blindness in the world and in the United States. So your eye condition may look fine. A doctor may give you an exam and say all the features look okay, but it's the way students are processing visual information that there's a problem with that. So it is a visual processing disorder, and it's the leading cause of blindness. We'll host a Midwest conference for this, and we're excited about that. That'll be in March, and that's led by our family infant toddler team, which is really our birth to 3 team. So early childhood providers, early childhood special educators, vision teachers, anybody who wants to learn about CVI. This is, again, our low vision clinic. So Dr. Linda Lawrence is a pediatric ophthalmologist from Salina, Kansas. She's really internationally renowned in CVI and vision loss. She's now working for us here. She's giving an exam. And our birth to 3 team just started a couple of years ago. We're serving 238 students. Now we're doing that, of course, in partnership with the infant toddler programs. So they're all over the state. We're layering on top of that. And really the services to families more than kids, giving them information, talking about assessments, talking about CVI, talking about referrals to doctors, where can they get good information in their community. So we're excited about that. And I think the last slide is just our 3 to 21 outreach services are incredibly busy. This is just fall data. So we're doing a lot of direct service across the state. Here's some students I think are visiting a college campus as part of an O&M experience. So that's it. I could talk forever. I'll just stand for questions, Madam Chair, and if anybody has questions, I'll be happy to try to answer them.
I just want to say congratulations for landing Linda Lawrence,
Yeah,
Dr. Lawrence.
I know,
That's
I know.
huge.
She's amazing, and we're excited about that because, you know, families don't get a free exam. An hour with the doctor is almost unheard of, but she spends a lot of time really for nothing with families to talk about what is their vision loss, what can you do, what should you expect, how can you connect with others in your community. It's a big deal for those families. So thank you for all your support. Any other questions before I cede the floor? We appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Did have a very nice, John had a very nice PowerPoint, so it was really great. This semester, we were focused on our school accreditation. Let me back up first. For some of you who are new to SEAC board, we are located in Olathe, and so we are currently celebrating our 165th year of the School for the Deaf. So we were originally placed in Baldwin, just a few years ahead of the School for the Blind, but we are currently have 150 students on campus, and currently we are providing services through our outreach department across the state. 800 plus students that we are serving statewide. the purpose of today, I just would like to share with you what we, again, just completed our accreditation process. We actually are dual accredited through 2 different agencies. You might know KSDE has an annual accreditation through the Department of Ed, which we go through, and we've completed cycle 1. Our secondary accreditation is handled, it's a national organization. It's a conference of educational administrators of schools for the deaf programs. CEASD is the acronym for that. And it is a national accrediting body that provides accreditation to schools for the deaf all over the nation. Within that accreditation, it's a 12 to 18-month process of a self-study initially, which then means we had sent out surveys to parents, to students, to our community members, any other stakeholders, State Board of Ed. We then collected all that survey results and we identified 12 different areas. And the reason that we chose this accreditation process is because we really want to look at our programs because we are quote unquote 24/7 holistic, and usually accreditation bodies look at academics, but CEASD also looks at instructions, assessments, funding, facilities, governance, student support services, residential services. And so out of those areas, we've identified 12. So again, this first initial self-assessment, we collected this feedback, organized them into these different categories and goals for standards, and then we developed what we call our self-study. It's 230 pages, quite a lengthy packet, which then we submit to CEASD, and then the CEASD coordinator will then review our information and state whether we meet those stipulations within our self-study or not. We have 4 individuals on our campus who came to just do a site visit. So we had folks from Washington, DC, the current superintendent for the School for the Deaf. We had outreach director, Florida School for the Deaf and Blind, and then there was one more individual, person from the California School for the Deaf, Riverside, who came on site to our school last week, did a tour. They actually stayed for 3 days, not just a tour, but they also interviewed parents, they interviewed stakeholders, community members. And then throughout this whole 3-day process, then at the close of that, they gave a recommendation for full accreditation to the School for the Deaf. So that means CEASD board will then approve officially this in April, but it was a recommendation for a full accreditation. Just because we did meet all of these self-study requirements and each indicators that we have for our standards and make sure that we met all of those, which we are absolutely thrilled with. This accreditation will be good for 5 years. And so now just making recommendations and accommodations and just making sure that we have a full report that will come forth in a couple of weeks, which will include more recommendations from the CEASD board and identify areas of strength. What they have said about our school, just in general, that we have wonderful staff, high quality of staff, staff passionate to work with our youth. And for me, just to see the environment and just a safe learning environment for our students, which means we have full access, the students have full access to language, full access to information and learning and academics. So that just excites me. And that is just such great news. And I wanted to share that with you all. And it's very unique because you don't see that really in school districts. So it's just a very different perspective. It's a very holistic, it's a very 24/7 program. As I just mentioned, we do partner with the city of Olathe, and we are calling the Know Your Neighbor program. So the Know Your Neighbor program, what it is they want to celebrate and recognize the culture of our community and the people who live within that community and know our uniquenesses. I know we have a lot of Indian events, we have some Hispanic events, we've got deaf culture that we hosted last week at the same time as our accreditation site visit. We had over 200 folks come from the community, mostly hearing individuals ranging from skill sets that don't know any sign language at all to those who can sign. Of all of the 5 high schools in Olathe, they each have a ASL sign class. And so we had ASL recently being recognized as a world language. So we had over 200 individuals attend, and I know Jennifer Kaczynski was on that committee and such an integral part of that committee work. And it was such a huge success in the community that they asked us if we would do this on an annual basis. So now we have a lot of people involved, but it's so good for the community and it's partnership with the school for that. So those are my 2 big news items. Any questions? You know, and I like John could talk about school all day, but maybe next time we'll come up with something else. But any questions?
Congratulations on your accreditation.
Yes, thank you very much.
Okay, Anna from KSDE.
And Lena, Ashley's on now. Yeah. Circle back. Yeah, great.
I think I sent you some information.
Oh, you did? Okay. Is it?
Much we're in Educators Rising conference season. So Educators Rising in Kansas is actually a partnership through NEA and Kansas NEA. I'm the state coordinator for that. And so over the last few weeks, I've gotten to be a part of our regional conferences. We had one at Mid-American Nazarene, about 300 or so students there. 80 of them did compete. And we have winners who will be going on to the state conference. Yesterday, I was in Wichita, where we had about 275 students attend that. 60 of them did compete. And I think what's really cool is there was Garden City brought a team to that conference yesterday. They had 15 students competed and 11 of them have qualified for state. So that is 2 groups at 2 regional conferences. We have about 600 future educators represented in those groups, students who are very excited. It was fun to talk with and hear about what all the different levels they're interested in teaching. And I know I had some who said that they were interested in teaching special education specifically. And I said, hey, the State Department has a working group around special education. And so be watching and listening for some of the changes that could be potentially be happening with the educator prep programs and the pathways into the profession. So it's certainly something we want you to know about. Our state conference is February 4th, being held down at Bethany College. And we're just getting out our information about vendors and exhibitors. So Lena was going to put that link in the PowerPoint so you have it if you're interested in having some exhibits at that conference.
Anna, I'm so sorry. When did you send me that?
Yeah, Monday, I think.
So
In the midst of lots of things.
so sorry.
But yeah, any questions?
And we'll make sure to get your slide.
Okay, no problem. Thanks.
Yeah, I'll have to send them out. I cannot. Okay, I apologize. Ashley, did you have anything to say? Lena kind of touched base earlier when you weren't on, but do you have anything to add?
Oh, probably not. You know how it works when it's just the 1 30-minute time period that you have scheduled for the day, and then it's the time you're supposed to talk. That seems to happen. So apologies for stepping away, and thank you, Lena, for covering things. I was just going to mention that we're kind of gearing up for the winter conference in February, and that our awards nominations are going to start to open up here at the mid-December time for the special educator or special education administrator of the year and the special education professional of the year. But those were the kind of the main updates. So if Lena hit some of those and any others, then I think we're fine. And I'll send you the PowerPoint slide. Apologies, I don't think that I got that to you in time.
Thank you.
Agenda item is we have our January meeting, and that's when we meet with the state board for breakfast. And so be sure to get that on your calendars. It looks like yes, we're doing the state board breakfast on January 14th. But we'll have a meeting, and this is a longer meeting, so 2 days, the 13th and the 14th, here in Topeka. And if anybody has any particular agenda items that you would like to have on the January agenda, this is your chance to bring those out.
And Lena, I would like to point out that on the 14th, we will be having breakfast at the Land and State Office Building in room 509, but we will then move the meeting to the docking building after the breakfast. So we'll have 2 locations. I just want to make sure everyone understands. Okay. Yeah. I usually.
I've moved on to my next meeting. What happened? Right. EMS follow-up.
Is there anything else you can think of that's pending, that's coming down? People haven't know something. So probably go. So I know that Dean left the room, but the fiscal forum is coming up. And you may want to visit about that. Okay, that's good. We should, you have a bit.
I have no ideas. I do not have.
I
think it's much.
Let me see if I have.
Brian will look for that. The fiscal forum is where we look with systems on uniform grant guidance. And EDGAR, which is the education regulations. We usually have someone from a very high-leading law firm bring in who provides information at that meeting. So we'll get information out to you if you're interested. We have a lot of fiscal agents and district people that attend because they're accountable to make sure that they follow these guidance documents when they're allocating federal dollars, both for KSDE and IB. So I know he wants you to know about that, and we will forward information out about this before too long, so that you have that information. No, we'll have other items. One of the things that has come up is persistently dangerous schools, because I received a state board announcement that I'm supposed to be speaking to that again at the next meeting. So, Brian will be assisting me.
You're so lucky.
We'll get our 15 minutes of fame to talk about that. Because we have one board member that thinks that there's rampant, persistently dangerous schools in our state. And right now, we don't even.
I'm just hoping to talk about getting.
Yeah, because it takes multiple years of being implemented before we can reach the level of persistently dangerous. That would be guns, homicides, average any type of crimes, committed felonies, that sort of thing. And then it allows for parents to do transfer within their LEA. And they can make a request to attend school in a different building if you're designated. But because of some of the emergency safety intervention issues, and I'm just going to say we might want to have some discussion about significant behaviors that seem to be occurring in the schools. Because Brian and I hear a lot about that, and we need to have a discussion about what can be done and how we can address that. Because that is a topic that we're having parents contact us, advocates with informal complaints, both on BSI and on discipline. So we might want to cover those chapters so we have that visible so that we have a better outlook. That's probably on some of our significant behaviors. I'm thinking when you ask for topics, that's when it seems to come up a lot. We're dealing with almost daily KSDE.
Sure, we met with our team and people across the state this past Monday. And, you know, I always keep notes of what everybody's seeing and what the trends are. And then I go back and highlight and behaviors. And so it's the same thing when families are calling us. It's just, I think anything that you can offer to us as a whole, just talk about would be great.
Okay, and the other thing that has popped up recently is ADA, applied behavior analysis. We have some systems that allow private providers to come into the schools and provide ADA therapy. And then the schools this year have decided they're not going to allow it. And these are the parents that are reaching legislators and the other folks on the board about why is this happening and why is ADA open? And I believe the state board received the report on that at the last meeting. So we may want to talk about what that is and how ADA gets put into a student's individual education program and why it doesn't get added to a program. So I think we all need to do that.
Since the agenda seems full, I'm going to stop the discussion. And I would take a motion to adjourn. This is Lindsay Direct. So moved. Thank you, Lindsay. Do I have a second? Okay, thank you. All right. All those in favor say aye. Take the poll, just walk out, whatever you do. Opposed, motion carries. We are adjourned.
Nice to meet you. Thank you.
So I was saying, yeah, we're having a great time. Thank you. We need to ask them. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. No, you're good. You're good. I can sustain your. Okay.
Significant behavior.
But I'm just talking about the accreditation.
There would be a different.
That's why I'm to Brian. These are both assistant directors. That's nice.
Nice to meet you, Brian.
Yeah, they are. And, you know, Brian.